to call the BZA hearing to order.
Zachary?
And we have a continuation of, what's the case number?
6570 and 71.
Yes, yeah. 8570 and 8571.
65.
Or 65, I'm sorry. Yeah, there we go, 6570 and 6571. And before we get started, so just for clarification, Ms. Balasone, you have 11 exhibits that have been entered in the evidence, into evidence, but 12 has not, is that correct?
If I remember correctly, Exhibits 7 and 8, I don't believe Clark's had an opportunity to question the legitimacy of those. So although I presented them to the board, I don't know that they've actually been entered to evidence. And then I do have an Exhibit 12 as well that has not been. Clark, do you recall?
No, but if I can see the exhibits, I maybe can quickly address the issue. You know,
Do you have additional copies? Ms.
Yeah, I'm sure I do.
Balasone?
Give me one sec. All right. So my notes say that 7 was this one, and we were talking about that. You can keep a copy. 8
Thought you were
was
passing
this one.
something.
And you just had asked, because I introduced them, or I presented them to the board during Carl's testimony.
I remember this one,
Okay.
and I remember this one.
Yep.
Is this the one that was, well, are you gonna call Marty Hackett as a witness?
He was actually on the stand.
He was on the stand.
Is he finished?
No.
No.
Well, then this, yeah, if he authentic, in fact, I think he did testify about this, and I crossed him on it.
I don't, so I had that Exhibit 6 had been crossed, but I didn't have 7. So,
I don't have an objection to 7 and 8 coming in.
okay,
Okay.
speed things up a little bit. Thank you for that.
Okay, so 7 and 8, we're in agreement, are in evidence.
In evidence, correct.
Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you.
The only thing that isn't into evidence at this point is Exhibit 12.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. So we will, before we get started, I guess we need to re-swear everyone in.
It's probably a good idea.
See a couple of new faces. Make sure that you have signed in on the clipboard on the side. Please silence any electronic devices you have. And if you plan on testifying here today, please stand and take the oath, okay? We got some new faces.
They're not.
Okay, very good.
Observing.
They're here to observe you, Mr. Hackett?
That's correct.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good. You can be seated. Okay, we'll go ahead and take up where we left off. And Mr. Hackett, you were Ms. Balasone's witness, I believe.
That's correct.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I noticed that Mr. Snyder's not here. Is he not going to be here?
I'm sorry, that was one of the housekeeping things that I didn't do. Mr. Snyder is not here. It did not, of all the people that, when we were rescheduling, he was the only person that it did not suit. So Mr. Snyder will not be here today.
And will not participate in the decision of this case?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Unless it goes to an additional day, and he looks at the, and he looks at the recording. So I don't anticipate that. Okay. With that, Ms. Balasone.
Yes, sir. All right. Mr. Hackett, would you just mind stating your name and spelling that for the record?
Martin Hackett, Hackett, 439 East Main Street, Westminster, 21157.
Excellent. All right. Turning movement. All right. Mr. Hackett, would you please turn to Exhibit 11, which is the turning movement diagram? Can you confirm that you have looked at the turning turning movements for vehicles turning into and out of the facility, sir?
Yes, we have.
Excellent. And can you speak to what is shown on this diagram?
This is showing basically a shuttle van, something a little larger than a regular passenger vehicle, showing the movements. And we had, besides widening the driveway out to 18 feet from the existing 17 feet along the entrance area, we also are proposing a 20-foot radius return on each side, which opens the actual intersection up a little bit more to accommodate the traffic.
Excellent. And you believe that if widened, as shown in the diagram, a 15-passenger van would have no trouble making turns from either direction?
That's correct.
Okay.
This particular exhibit, we did the right in and right out, which are your tighter turning movements. We did not do a left-hand turn into the property, because that's a much wider area to make. So the movements are the right in, right out, which are your critical movements as far as being the tightest movements required.
Excellent. Are you aware that the present-day application is for a daycare center, as defined under the code?
That's correct.
Okay. And then pursuant to that article, is a daycare center a conditional use within the Conservation District?
It is.
Okay. And then pursuant to the zoning article for access to drives for daycare centers, do you know the minimum width for two-way access drive into?
Yes.
Okay. And can you-
18 feet.
Okay. And then using Exhibit 3, which is the plat for Cox Estates prepared by RTF Inc., dated May 4th, 1999. If you could turn to that exhibit, please. I do, yeah. Maybe I have it in big.
Never mind, I got it.
You got one?
Yep, I got it.
You got one. All right. All right. So everybody is taking a look at that. Exhibit 3. Can you have you identified on this exhibit the right-of-way, which is granted to Carroll Christian Academy?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at that diagram, can you speak to the first of all, the length of that right-of-way? Can you speak to that?
The actual, there's a easement for ingress and egress for the lots 1, 2, and 3 in the Carroll Christian Academy, which is, and the deed reference to that. It's 40 feet back to the property of Lot 1, which is from the roadway, Nicodemus Road. It's about a little over 900 feet of frontage onto the Cox Ridge Drive. And then it goes to 30 feet and then drops to 20 feet as it gets toward Lot 3.
Excellent, thank you. So if I'm hearing correctly, can you confirm the width of the ingress and egress right-of-way from Nicodemus Road to the parking area? What was the width there?
40 feet.
40, okay. And would you please, oh, never mind, skipping that question. Mr. Hackett, would you please turn to Exhibit 6? Exhibit 6, okay, which is the proposed, the diagramming depicting the proposed widening of the driveway prepared by CLSI.
That's correct.
In your expert opinion, would widening the current driveway from Nicodemus Road to the parking area be possible?
Yes.
Okay. And would it also meet the previously mentioned 18-foot minimum width required?
Yes, it would.
Okay. And then pursuant to the zoning article, can you please explain the parking requirements for a daycare center, Mr. Hackett?
Yes, the parking, the requirements 1 space for each employee on a maximum shift, plus 1 space per every 10 children.
Okay, and then based on the number of 63 students and 7 staff, can you confirm the existing parking area will adequately accommodate parking for the daycare center in accordance with the article?
So the total spaces required is 14 spaces and provided is 25.
Thank you, sir. Pursuant to the zoning article, do you recall the setback requirements for a side yard? This is actually, yeah, for a side yard. Do you remember the setback requirements?
I have to use my plat, I deal with so many municipalities and all that. 40 foot on the sides, and I believe it's, the front, I believe, in the conservation zone, off the top of my head, is 50 feet or 40 feet. We're farther away than that.
Well, we're looking at the eastern side of the property there. Let's start there. Look at the eastern side of the building, rather.
Yes.
Do you remember what the setback needs to be from the property line?
Yeah, for the building on that, it's 100 feet in this case, as far as the use.
Okay, and I know we've talked about it previously in this testimony, but can you again tell the board the current setback of the building from that side yard?
Yeah, the measurement comes out to 99.67 feet.
Okay, so less than 1 foot from the code requirement.
4 inches.
Yeah, on the side yard. Now, let's look at the northern facing portion of the property. Can you read the setback there from the adjacent property?
The building is 79 feet from the property line.
Excellent. And that also would have the 100-foot setback requirement?
That's correct.
Okay, and so what is the variance required for that portion of the property?
That would be 21 feet.
21 feet, thank you. And you are aware that today we've combined two cases into one. Today, there's a secondary application for a retreat center as defined under Carroll County zoning article. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And pursuant to the article, is a retreat center a conditional use within the conservation district?
Yes.
Okay. Again, regarding access drives, can you confirm that your previous statements regarding widening the access drive to 18 feet would be required for the conditional use as a retreat center under the article?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Excellent. And by widening it to that 18-foot mark, we would then no longer need a variance on the width of the driveway?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Can you elaborate on the requirements contained in the zoning article for retreat centers, specifically the setback requirement?
The 100 feet,
That's accurate. So your previous statements on 100-foot setbacks are still accurate?
that's correct.
Okay. Can you please describe any unique features or circumstances for this lot that would support the grant of a variance exception?
The actual use, I mean, and Ms. Balasone had stated in the previous thing about putting a 100-foot buffer around the property line in that area, specifically in the back area along the existing driveway. And so the uniqueness obviously is this thing was back in 1969 when the structures were built, was used as Camp Nicodemus and so on for years. It was used for an outside recreation area. She's agreed to create, and mind you, these setbacks back in 1969 and 70, they weren't around. The zoning was, I believe, written in 1978. So that didn't even come around until then. But nonetheless, she agreed to do that. So I mean, it's a unique property. I mean, it's been used for outside recreation and so on, and these little camp facilities for years.
In your expert opinion, do you believe that finding a new location for the building in order to comply with the aforementioned article would impose a practical difficulty and unreasonable hardship?
It would. To sit there and take the structure that's been there since 1969 and place it elsewhere, most likely you're going to be, you're going to have to clear existing woods. You're going to have to meet grading codes, ADA codes, and so on throughout. The amount of disturbance for something like that would be just detrimental to the property and the project.
Going back to the parking topic, can you please explain the parking requirements for a retreat center facility?
Not, as far as the parking requirements for the retreat center, and I don't have the code in front of me specifically.
Would it be fair to say that it's likely a detailed parking analysis would have to address
That's
the
what came,
topic?
and yes, and the traffic engineer testified to that. My apologies. The traffic engineer testified also that there's a specific study that will occur to determine the parking requirements.
Are you familiar with the requirements contained in section 158.164E retreat center regarding conservation districts?
Yes.
And what's the goal of a conservation district?
And I don't have the code right in front of me.
It's okay.
The goal, obviously, when it comes to a retreat center, is conservancy of the land. In this situation, I mean, we have, there's existing woods and environmental features that are basically protected under the zone. We will have to do, during the site plan process, we will have to go through the various agencies to obtain approvals. The property, again, is basically 95% wooded, except for basically the ball diamond area and the actual, where the structures are, the parking area. And percentage-wise, I don't know the exact one, but it's obviously, it's a majority of woods.
Understood. In your professional opinion, does the existing footprint, or I'm sorry, does using the existing footprint of the former retreat building support the spirit and intent of the conservation district?
Yes.
Looking at lots surrounding the site, if you need to, you can refer to the RFT or RTF plans. Are the surrounding lots comparable in size to the property in question?
They're smaller.
Understood. And what, if any, buffering or screening currently exists around the proposed site?
Except the area that's the ball field along the driveway and off predominantly, again, it's pretty dense woods.
And would you also say that by providing a 100-foot buffer around the property, that further insulates the activities that are occurring on the property from the neighboring properties?
Correct.
Would you be able to describe the topography of the site, generally speaking?
It's rolling hillside, it's got the stream valley. There's going to be, obviously, there's stream protection, stream buffer areas that are going to be required through any type of site plan process. It has some steeper slopes that would be over 15 to 25% slopes. The main area is, again, the flatter area is probably in the ball field area, the existing ball field area. Yep.
For the proposed uses on this lot, is there anywhere on the lot that it could be better placed or better meet the distance or bulk requirements?
Which one are you referring to? What?
As far as requirements go? 100-foot setback or any of the requirements under the code? I mean,
Can you repeat that, please?
yeah, of course. For the proposed uses, is there anywhere on the lot that, where the retreat center and daycare center could be better placed to meet the distance or other bulk requirements?
You could certainly put a new building in another location on the property and meet the requirements. But you would go through a lot of disturbance as far as clearing of trees, grading, and so on. which would open up, obviously, stormwater management and other environmental issues to the property. And the flattest place, the building would actually be in the ball diamond area, which is actually closer to the property line.
Thank you. I do want to make sure that Exhibit 12 can be admitted to evidence. Exhibit 12 is a site distance diagram, and I apologize, this is as big as I have it. Actually, Marty, you might have printed some extra copies for me. I do have some bigger ones. You want to see a bigger one? Once you got your microscope out today, you might. Let me look how many copies I have of these big ones. All right, and this is unmarked, but this is being presented as Exhibit 12. I can pull it up on the screen if it's helpful.
Go ahead and give one to Mr. Dixon.
Sounds good. Mr. Dixon, do you mind having a small copy and post to the large copies? You know, large copy.
Whatever you wanna give
I have
me.
exactly 4 of the large ones left.
Gabby, you can use this.
There's your promotion. Whatever. Do it this way. There we go. There.
Thank you.
There, of course.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. All right. Marty, first of all, who prepared this diagram?
Our office.
Yeah, can you tell me what it's
yes.
showing?
This particular diagram shows the site distance that exists as of today at an 8-foot offset from the travel lane, which is more in line where your actual vehicles are looking both directions as they approach on the existing drive as they approach Nicodemus Road. The criteria at 15 feet,
Mr. Hackett, I hate to interrupt you. Could you explain, you use civil engineering jargon. What do you mean by offset?
basically, when you do a site distance, a stopping site distance, you have, or an intersection site distance, my apologies, you have to be, they have a device, and it's a post, and it sticks 3.5 feet in the air, and you set that 15 feet back from the travelway, from the edge of road. And when you set that back, that's today's requirement. That wasn't requirement back in 1969 or 85 or whatever. It's today's requirement. And it's 3.5 feet tall, which is basically, call it your height of your eye when you're looking both ways. So what happens is and Mr. Wilson, the traffic expert, testified as well to this, that when it's a 40-mile-an-hour posted speed. So the design criteria for these intersection site distances are 10 miles above that, unless you do a speed study to determine what the 85th percentile is of the speed. And that study was not done. We did it based on the 50 mile an hour at this point. And if you put it 15 feet back, you don't achieve hardly any sight distance. But nobody's moving into Nicodemus Road from this driveway from 15 feet back. They pull up to the edge of road and they look. Therefore, basically depending on the vehicle size, there's no doubt. But if your front bumper is just shy of the edge of road and you go back, it's about 8 feet. And that's probably, some of them are smaller, some of them may be bigger, but about 8 feet is where your head is. You got the bumper and where you sit. It's not 15 feet because some cars are barely 15 feet. Some of them are 20, but they certainly, the front seat is not 15 feet back. The reality is that when you pull up there to the 8 feet, the sight distance increases dramatically, and that's what this shows. It still doesn't meet the 50 mile an hour, but what we have to do is during the site plan process, we have to go through, they will do a speed study. We believe the confinement of the road and that location and all that, by what we observed, that we believe the speed study will actually drop as far as the speeds go, not 50 mile an hour. So when you come down to what this shows is, it shows a 45 mile an hour distance and it shows a 40 mile an hour distance. And basically that, and that's where even Mr. Wilson, we believe it's a safe intersection. He even investigated that there's no history of any traffic accidents at this intersection. That's what this exhibit shows.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you skipped over, you assumed we knew. I didn't know what the setback was.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
And just for the record, Mr. Wilson did use this diagram as part of his testimony, so we've already been through it at length and nauseam. I just want to make sure that it gets accepted into evidence as a, as a.
Without objection?
No objection.
Thank you, sir.
So we will accept that into evidence.
Fantastic, thank you. All right, Marty, we're rounding the corner here. In your,
Excuse me, what number was that exhibit?
12, it was unmarked, but
it's now 12.
Now it's 12, yes, sir. Yeah, do you have a copy of it? You can have a big one if you need it. Maybe
Like it's a small one.
small, okay. All right. All right, Mr. Hackett, would the proposed use adversely affect the public health, safety, security, morals, or general welfare of the community?
It will not.
And does the proposed use at this location have an adverse effect above and beyond those inherently associated with such a use, regardless of its location within the conservation zone as a whole?
It does not.
Is the proposed use contrary to the public interest?
No, it's not.
Consistent, is the proposed use consistent with orderly public growth and development of the community?
It is.
Is the proposed use consistent with the stated purposes of the zoning article, specifically in the conservation zone?
Yes.
And is the proposed use consistent with the timing and sequencing of the county's master plan?
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hackett. Mr. Schaefer, do you have questions of his testimony?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Hackett, you just answered with one-word answers to the last 6 questions or so from Ms. Basilone, which were, will this have any adverse effects? Will this have any adverse effect on the peaceful enjoyment of people in their home? Will it be in accordance with the public health, safety, and welfare? What's the basis for those one-word answers? Why do you say those? Why do you say that this will not have any adverse effects on the people that live out there?
I believe that some of those questions were derived also to be that in this location, as it would in any other location of the same zone.
Well, what's your basis for saying it doesn't have an adverse effect?
It was deemed in the zoning ordinance as a conditional use, that you have to obviously go in front of a board to get the use approved. This use was approved back in 2019 from the Board of Zoning Appeals of Carroll County, not specifically the same people perhaps. It was also used as a very similar use for years from about 1970 or 69. The subdivision that occurred here was done back in, I believe, 1997-ish, 1999, something, I don't have the plat right in front of me, but that's my basis.
Well, this use wasn't approved in 2019, was it?
There was a very similar use approved in 2000.
You're talking about the previous case where it was, the guy testified it was going to be occasional use, right?
After this was created.
I don't know the specifics of it.
Well, we talked about it in the Excuse me. Did we put that in evidence? Yeah, this- Excuse me a second, I'm looking for the decision in that case.
Exhibit 5A.
Exhibit 5A. Can I see a copy of that, please? If I told you that the testimony in that case was the property would not be used on a daily basis, would that mean that this is the same use that was previously approved, that's being applied for here today?
The use was similar.
Okay.
As far as the use goes, the usage of the property is something different.
In the course of your investigation and preparation for this hearing and filing the application, et cetera, did you research the public records to see what the history of the use of this property was?
No.
Do you have any, do you have any testimony or evidence to establish that any use, other than the 2019 case or whatever it was, the one we just talked about, other than that case, do you have any evidence that this property received any governmental approvals for any kind of use out there at all?
I mean, the use existed before the zoning laws existed.
How do you know that?
Well, Camp Nicodemus was pretty well known.
Did you
Throughout
look
the
at the
community.
permit records?
Did not.
Was it, you didn't even see if there was a building permit for that building that's out there?
Did not.
Okay. If I told you there wasn't, would you be surprised?
Probably not.
Okay. Was there any evidence that there was ever any zoning approvals by the BZA for any kind of recreational or assembly use on that property?
The only record that I'm aware of is in 2019 from the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Gotcha. Okay. The topography you testified to, that's pretty typical of the conservation zone in Carroll County, is it not?
Yes.
Okay. Now, why did you change your proposed width of the driveway between the first hearing and the second hearing day in this case?
As we studied the area as far as the driveway itself, realizing we can widen it out with little effect on Ms. Ballason's side of the property and make it work, and everything in the right-of-way, Ms. Ballason decided to withdraw the variance request.
So was that done in consultation with you?
Yes.
And did you realize after the first hearing that the driveway was inadequate for your proposed use?
I realized the driveway can be widened to 18 feet.
And 20 feet at the front, right?
Well, it's a 20-foot radius. It actually widens out larger than 20 feet because it goes from 18 and sort of veers out away from that. So it gets greater the closer you get to the roadway.
And I believe your testimony was, in your opinion, that creates a safe situation access point?
Correct.
Why wasn't a safe access point proposed when you first filed the application?
I don't know.
Does Ms. Basilone own a 50-foot fee simple strip immediately adjacent to this existing driveway?
Yes, she does.
And is 50 foot the sort of recommended width for a county road to be constructed therein?
50 foot is a pretty standard county road right-of-way width.
Gotcha. And so why aren't you proposing an access drive in that 50-foot strip?
This property has the ingress, egress rights to an easement that was recorded years ago. And if we did that, we would be forced to put an intersection within probably about 40 feet from another intersection, which makes it more unsafe.
Your opinion is that, are you testifying here today that putting a driveway in that 50-foot strip would be less safe than less appropriate or good than the existing driveway?
Well, I think that on Nicodemus Road, if you really look at it, I mean, if you look at road intersections, public road intersections, the actual spacing requirement for an intersection is much greater than 40 or 50 feet.
Well, this wouldn't be a public road for this use, would it?
It would not.
It would be a driveway, right?
That's correct.
Now, this property zone conservation, you're not testifying here today that without this approval, Ms. Basilone is deprived of all reasonable use of her property, are you?
You repeat that, please.
Are you testifying here today that without this approval, Ms. Basilone is deprived of all reasonable use of that property? Are there other uses of this property that are permitted uses under the zoning ordinance that are practical and valuable?
Yes, absolutely.
What is it?
I mean, we can put a school here. It's a permitted use. You can put a golf course here. I mean, that has a lot more effect on the surrounding community than the proposed use that we're asking for.
Well, you could do that, or you could apply for that.
It's a permitted use. We wouldn't be in front of this board discussing this part. It would
Now-
go through a site plan process and have to meet all the other requirements of the county.
How about 3-acre residential lots? Are they a permitted use?
3-acre residential lots are a permitted use.
All right, and the density's based on 3 acres, correct?
Correct.
So if you own 38 acres and you divide it by 3, you get maybe, 15 or so?
I have no idea. I mean, depends.
That math wasn't right, I don't think.
How many acres is the property?
37?
All right, and you get 1 lot per 3 acres, right?
Yeah, I thought that.
A lot has to be 3 acres. That could include water resource buffers, streams, everything.
Okay, so
But
the answer is yes.
8 to 10.
A permitted use on this property would be a residential development, correct?
Well, there's more than just residential development permitted uses.
I didn't ask you whether, is residential lots a permitted use on this property?
Yes.
Okay. And if they were residential lots, you wouldn't be able to use the driveway to access, the existing driveway to access them, would you?
That would be more of a legal question.
Marty, they don't have fee simple road frontage, do they? Without this 50-foot strip?
The design of it, we'd have to put in fee strips.
You can't put more, how many fee simple strip?
We've done them down to 5 feet before, so we could put 10 5-foot strips across there.
Right, gotcha. Is a bypass lane required under Carroll County and under current county standards for a development like this as proposed?
Not that I'm aware of.
What is a bypass lane?
A bypass lane would basically create a lane for passing on the right-hand side as left-turning movements would enter into the existing driveway.
Would it be on the other side of Nicodemus than this driveway?
Yes, it would.
Right. And it would provide an ability of a car to pass a left-turning vehicle that was waiting to get into this driveway, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's not required based on the average daily trips on Nicodemus Road under the county's current standard, right?
Correct.
Now, is one of the main reasons that Ms. Basilone wants to avoid putting in a driveway on her 50-foot strip is to avoid tripping the environmental codes, is that correct?
That's probably one of them.
Okay. Now, the environmental codes, I think you mentioned them, the Water Resource Protection Code, the Stormwater Management Code, the Forest Conservation, would they all check in at the 5,000 square feet of disturbance, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay, what is correct?
5,000 square feet triggers the stormwater management criteria. 30,000 square feet disturbance is for sediment and erosion control. 40,000 square feet is forestry.
So the less you disturb, the less you can get exempt from the environmental codes, correct?
Absolutely.
Now, you explained that you believe Ms. Basilone has an easement to come all the way back on the existing driveway to the edge of Lot 1, right?
That's correct.
Does she intend to use that access point to facilitate the use of her property if this is approved?
I don't believe so, but I don't know.
Okay. Describe, is the existing building on the property historic in nature, to your knowledge?
Not that I'm aware of.
It's not on any list or register, is it?
Not that I'm aware of.
It's a concrete block abandoned building, is it not?
Correct.
Right. Now, that building could be relocated, as you said, further back on the property, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And it could be relocated into an open field, could it not? With a variance, if you ask for variances, right?
I don't understand that one.
Could you relocate that, could you tear that building down and build a new daycare center, retreat center building on the property in an open field if you obtained variances from the Board of Zoning Appeals?
You could probably, yes, in the ball field area.
That's what I thought, okay. Now, you're familiar with the county's existing use in common driveway standards, are you not?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And you testified, well, no, are the current use in common driveway standards, construction standards, the same as they were when this subdivision plat was recorded?
I don't believe so.
They're more stringent, aren't they?
They are.
All right. And does the county regulate the ability of, by statute, does the county regulate the ability of people to develop their property on use in common driveways?
They do.
What's the maximum number of users allowed in the conservation zone on a use in common driveway?
7 residential lots.
Okay. Why is that limitation in place, do you know?
I don't know.
Would it be because these driveways are not made to handle a lot of traffic?
Again, I don't know.
But there is a limit on the number of residential lots that can use a use in common driveway, correct?
There is.
Okay. Now, your site distance diagram and study, would it be fair to say that the essence of that diagram and the essence of your testimony relating to it is we don't meet the site distance criteria, but here's what we can do? Is that what that diagram shows?
That shows, the diagram shows what the site distance is, about 8 feet back from the existing roadway, where the actual vehicles would stop, and what the reality is out there of seeing both ways. And that's without the benefit of any shrubbery being mowed down, cleared out, or any type of slopes being shaved off the roadway that would increase it further.
Does that diagram show that you meet the county's site distance criteria?
The current criteria with the pole, the site distance pole that we use at 3.5 feet, 15 feet back off the roadway, it does not.
Not even close, is it?
Not even close.
Okay, so you, and you decided that you would create a diagram that showed site distance based on your own criteria, correct?
We looked at the actual movements and where you physically are to utilize that intersection, making your left or right-hand turn movements. There's nobody going to sit 15 feet back and make a commitment to go out on that roadway because they can't see.
Marty, I understand that answer, but I understand that explanation. But the answer is you invented or assumed certain engineering criteria which were not the criteria that are applicable to this use and this driveway, and then submitted this exhibit, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And have you, in your experience, when you deal with governmental officials that administer these ordinances and criteria, are they receptive to the argument of, don't worry about it, we don't think cars really will look for sight distance from your distance. We think they really will move 8 feet, move up to within 8 feet of the paved surface, right? Is that what you're saying? You think they really will do that?
That's what they do.
Okay. And you also think that what they do is they don't speed on Nicodemus Road, correct?
I'm sure there's people that speed on Nicodemus Road.
Okay. Well, what's the basis for you saying that you assumed that they didn't speed on Nicodemus Road? You didn't use the 50 mile an hour, did you? You used the 40 mile an hour, right?
We showed the 50 mile an hour design based on today's criteria. We showed 45 mile an hour design. We showed 40 mile an hour design. They will be doing a speed study during the site plan process to determine what that speed will be, and we'll have to deal with it. I mean, this subdivision, the 3 lots were recorded in 1997, roughly, and the county approved a subdivision for more additional users on the same access point that we're asking for today.
Well, I don't understand that. What other subdivision?
The 3 lots that recorded on,
That my clients live on. My clients live on the 3 lots, gotcha. I understand that.
that access was there prior to that.
What's that prove?
What was used as Camp Nicodemus, that whole area.
Without permits, right?
Correct.
Okay, you think the traffic on Nicodemus Road was the same in 1965 or 70 as it is today?
Absolutely not.
Why does the county have the site distance regulations, do you know?
They follow the state.
No, why do they have them? What's the reason for site distance?
One is an intersection site distance, which is what we're talking about not meeting the criteria. The other one is a stopping site distance, and that's something we do meet, which is probably more critical.
Marty, are site distance requirements designed to protect the public health, safety, and welfare of people using the driveway and the public road?
Yes.
Have you done a site distance study, assuming that the driveway would be, a new driveway would be constructed in the 50-foot fee simple strip?
We did not.
Okay, well, then how can you testify that it would be better there or worse there?
The only thing I testified to is that if we were required to put another access point on the Nicodemus and relative to the location of the existing driveway, they would be very close together.
And your site distance study assumes that, or posits, that if someone pulled their vehicle to the edge of the pavement of Nicodemus, they would be about 8 feet back with their head and eyes, right?
That's correct.
Because they're sitting in a car, right? And so that, if you're saying if people do that, then it increases the sight distance.
That's correct.
Doesn't meet the requirements, but it increases it, right?
That's correct.
All right. Now, does that account for you heard the testimony from Mr. Wilson as to the number of trips that are going to be generated by this daycare use?
Correct.
Right. He didn't testify as to the retreat center use, did he?
Not that I'm aware of.
But with that number of trips, is it your opinion that it'd be a good situation to have people pulled up to the edge of that Nicodemus Road, ready to make a left, while people are turning in for the morning daycare drop-off time?
Can you repeat that, please?
Do you think it's a good idea to require or suggest that people should pull their vehicle up right to the edge of the paved surface of Nicodemus Road, wait to make a left or a right turn out, while people are making left or right turns in during the morning daycare pickup or drop-off time?
There's sufficient space to make the maneuver.
Do you know if the school bus stops there?
I don't.
Okay. Now, you testified that you believe a speed study. What do you believe a speed study would show here?
I think the speed study, as Mr. Wilson even said, it's probably going to be less than the 50 mile an hour. We believe it's going to be more in the 40 to 45 range.
What's your basis for saying that?
From visual observation down there, You're looking at cars, it's a sort of a confined roadway when you look at it. You got the slope on one side, you have hill on the other. It's not an area where predominantly people are flying through the area.
Okay, you visually observed people not speeding on that portion of Nicodemus Road. Is that what you're testifying to?
I observed people driving on the road, and it didn't appear that they were going way over above the speed limit or anything like that.
Right, but you didn't stand out there and look, did you? You've been on the, how many times you been on the site in the last 6 months?
3 times.
Okay, so 3 times, you didn't stand there and do a speed study or even an informal speed study while you were there, did you?
I did not.
Do you admit that there could be adverse effects on the neighboring property owners if this use is approved?
I did not.
You say you do not?
I do not.
Okay. Now, you were here when Ms. Basilone described her use in the first hearing, right?
Yes, sir.
Daycare center and retreat, 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's the potential use here, correct?
I had no idea it was 24/7 for 365 days a year. I didn't hear any of that testimony.
Did you hear any testimony that it would be limited to summer weekends or no overnight uses, no camping? Did you hear anything like that?
There was some testimony to that degree, but I don't know I don't remember all the details of it.
That's all I have.
Okay, does anyone in the audience have any questions of,
Excuse me, I got a follow-up, or before, may I?
okay.
All right. Does the county have a waiver process that, for site distance regulations?
They do.
How's that work?
We'd have to follow it with the Bureau of Engineering and go through Public Works.
But once you have an approved use, namely a conditional use approved by this board, the county tries to work with you to make your access work, do they not?
Most of the time.
I mean, how many times have you heard of a permitted use on an existing driveway never mind, I'll strike that. No further questions.
Okay. At this point, does anyone in the audience who's not represented by Mr. Schaefer have any questions of Mr. Hackett's testimony? And remember, questions of his testimony, I promise you, you'll have the opportunity for your own testimony later in the process. Your board members.
I have a question.
Mr. Caldwell.
According to Exhibit 3, this the plat shows 3 lots, and it shows the access drive all the way down to match line. I presume that's Nicodemus. Wouldn't they, in 1999, wouldn't they have had regulations that controlled the site distances and so on?
Yes.
Would they be radically different from what they are today?
I don't think they're that much different, if any.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hackett. Sure.
Yeah, I just have one question from Marty. Can you expound just a little bit on, visually, on the entrance from Nicodemus that you're going to be widening proposed and the 18-foot width? to make it for sight distance to come out. Because when you see that there's lots of trees and there's lots of vegetation, so it's pretty tight. So can you expound on that just a little bit in a layman's terms
Yeah,
of what you would do to grade that out? And
Right now, it's 17 feet at basically the entrance area. We're making it 18 feet, but basically from about 20 feet inside the driveway, we're gonna go ahead and put a 20-foot radius of paving that will widen that area out. So once, about 20 feet back, once you go head toward Nicodemus on the driveway, it becomes wider than 18 feet because it's gonna have a 20-foot radius. So the area, so when we do that, we will have to obviously grade a little bit up the hill on the high side. We have to grade a little bit, and we will have to do a little bit on the lower side. But the point being is when we grade it, we'll actually obviously shave the vegetation. There are some mailboxes there, the gang boxes, they'll have to be sort of shifted and relocated, most likely. So the vegetation will come down. We also, Ms. Balisone owns that next 50 feet, so we can take all the we can take the vegetation out in the county right away, and we can lay the slopes back for the property she owns. What we can't do is lay the slopes back further on the property she doesn't own, other people. But we can certainly keep the vegetation cleaned up, which will even maximize it'll maximize the existing site distance. And you know, we can do that, obviously, we can do that at any time. So, I mean, that's gonna increase it more than what we have. During the site plan project, like I said, when we do the speed study, whatever the speed study shows, if it's 40 or 45 mile an hour, whatever it is, 47 mile an hour, whatever it is, that's what we work with, on that, trying to obtain that site distance.
Oh, you factor that into what you're going to be
Correct.
doing? Mhm.
And there's a lot of factors, like, I mean, right now, if you don't do a speed study, they take the posted speed times, or plus 10 mile an hour over. So we're doing it based on it's 555 feet. I mean, and that criteria comes from the State Highway Administration. So,
So you're adding 10 miles an hour to the existing?
that's correct, from the posted speed, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hackett, Mr. Schaefer asked you a question about the residential lot potential on this particular property. Could you go through that again, keeping in mind Senate Bill 236?
It'd be 7 lots. It's one parcel,
Okay.
and it was, and that parcel was recorded prior to 2013. And I think it's in one deed, so it's not 2 parcels. But with the environmental constraints, the stream buffers and so on, perk testing and all the associated thing, it'd be 7 lots from a zoning standpoint because of Senate Bill 236.
And in order to go beyond that, they would have to have what, in order to realize what Mr. Schaefer implied, what would they have to do?
To do a residential, for one, you're getting, the lots have to be 3 acres in size at least. So it's one of those things where it's not a multiplier where you take 3 acres or divide it by the total acres of the property and come up with an answer, because that's not realistic, because it's not a perfect piece of property. It's got environmental constraints. It has steep slopes. It has streams, stream buffers, and all the stuff associated with it. And we'd have to perk test it. That's, residential is obviously, that's one of the permitted uses, along with, like I said before, golf courses. I know it's not gonna be a golf course because it's only 37 acres, not 150. But it could be an elementary school, it could be a high school. Probably not a high school because you're not gonna fit all the ancillary items to accommodate the football fields and so on, but that's a permit. It could be a private or public school. I mean, they're permitted uses. I mean, that's one where we would not be in here So you sort of look at it and say, well, that would be a lot, that's a much more intense use of the property than what we're proposing.
Mr. Caldwell, you have a question?
No, I've decided not to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions, board members? Okay, very good.
I have a follow-up to Mr. Caldwell's. The site distance criteria was probably different in 1999 than it is today, right?
It could be, Mr. Schaefer, I don't remember.
It changed in 2007. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And also, it would have been more lenient because of the trip generation figures for 3 lots versus a daycare center and retreat center, correct?
Correct.
Less traffic, much less traffic coming in and out of the driveway, correct?
Yeah, but it accounted for the Carroll Christian Academy, also on the Houston Common driveway.
Didn't it, you don't know, what accounted for it, for that? It acknowledged there was an easement there, correct?
I don't think it acknowledged it, it actually deeded an easement.
It,
It exists.
yeah, it acknowledged the existence of an easement for the
Carroll
Carroll
Christian
Christian
Academy.
Academy, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. That's all I have, thanks.
I'd like to follow up, if I may,
Go ahead, Mr. Caldwell.
on that, on Mr. Clark's, Mr. Schaefer's remarks, I'm sorry. It says on Exhibit 3, the Carroll Christian Academy shall utilize the Houston Common driveway. Now, if this was done in 1999, in Exhibit 3, you say that there are differences in the site distance requirements. That would have been a higher usage than than proposed here.
But there was no use on the Carroll Christian Academy property then, no approved use. When was do you have the deed of easement, Mr. Dixon?
Exhibit 3 is what you're going on.
No, well, Exhibit 3 is the plat, right?
Yes.
The deed of easement that was put in early on.
Here. That's Exhibit 1, Mr.
Exhibit
Schaefer.
one. Correct.
Exhibit 1, I'm sorry.
It was right there. Is that one? Can I see it?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, because at the time that that plat was recorded, there was a deeded easement for that roadway to Carroll Christian Academy. That's correct.
No other questions, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Balisone, any redirect?
No further questions.
Okay. Mr. Hackett, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
At this point, it's a nice point to take a break, so we're going to take about a 5-minute recess. We'll go ahead and call the BZA back to order. And Ms. Ballastone, do you have any other witnesses?
No, sir. No more witnesses on our side.
Okay. Mr. Schaefer,
Thank you. I call John Lemmerman.
okay?
John? John, state your name and address for the record, please.
Morning, John Lemmerman, Lemmerman, 142 East Main Street, Westminster, Maryland.
All right, and John, briefly describe your background and experience in land use and your position with RTF.
I was started working at RTF in 1989. Became a professional land surveyor in 2001. Purchased the business in 2005 and have been an owner-operator ever since, and primarily in Carroll County.
And in that capacity, have you processed many residential, commercial, industrial uses through the Carroll County Development Review System?
Yes,
And have you done that regularly and primarily over all those years?
yes,
And you are a registered professional land surveyor in addition, right?
that's correct.
I'd like to qualify him as an expert in the area of land use development and Carroll County development regulations and surveying.
And we'll accept him as we have before.
Thank you.
Okay. At my request, did you review the application in this case?
Yes, I did.
And describe briefly what you did to prepare for your testimony here today.
Briefly, just reviewed the application in detail, visited the site a couple times, took some measurements, conducted a very preliminary site distance analysis, and a review of the site in general.
Okay. Did you meet with a county engineering official regarding traffic generation and potential entrance requirements?
Yes, I did.
And do you deal with the Carroll County Bureau of Engineering on a regular basis on these sorts of issues?
Yes,
You also reviewed health department records, correct?
correct.
Now, describe generally Nicodemus Road. Is that does that have any shoulders?
No shoulders.
And is that road a two-lane highway or roadway?
Yes, it is.
What's it classified, do you recall?
It is a rural collector street.
Did you investigate the average daily trips that the county records show on that road?
I did. I met with the county official in engineering and was provided the latest county data, which, as you've heard testify already, was from 2012, which was the 1,129 average daily trips on Nicodemus Road in that area.
That's 2012, and then
Yes. So,
obviously, now, does the county engineering criteria require bypass lanes when the average daily trips on a road reach a certain level?
they do. Once the average daily trips is over 2,000, then they require a bypass lane in general. And I do want to add that the numbers in 2012, that county policy, if you will, is that they extrapolate since their data is outdated. So they use a 3% increase per year.
And if you did that, it still doesn't come above 2,000 trips today, correct?
That's correct.
Therefore, under county policy, a bypass lane would not be required, correct?
Not under today's numbers that we're aware of.
Now, you looked at the width of the existing driveway based on the original application here, did you not?
I did.
And that, what did you find?
I measured the first stretch in 3 different places, and
The first stretch you're referring to is from Nicodemus Road to the cutoff for the building, right? The
Correct.
daycare center building?
correct, up to where it Ys off to the
About
building.
200 feet,
Yes,
correct?
That's correct. My measurements was 16 foot wide, but we're only talking a foot difference than what they're testifying in 3 places. And then once it wides, it's about 10-foot wide strip to the parking lot.
Did you also look at the site distance?
I did look at it, yes.
What was your conclusion with regarding site distance?
So obviously, 15 feet back, as you've heard several times, that it's almost no sight distance whatsoever, less than probably 50 feet, if that.
So you used, at least initially, the county's published site distance criteria that is a requirement for development, correct?
Correct. Use in common driveways or county roads, again, is required to measure from 15 feet back, and private single-use driveways, the standard is 10 feet off the edge of drive.
Oh, so there's a difference, okay, so use in common driveways, it's 15 feet. That's why Mr. Hackett was testifying about 15 feet, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And what did you find?
Well, again, 15 foot was horrible in both directions because of the banks. 10 feet was slightly better. The banks at the time I was there particularly was not mowed, and I believe they were just mowed right before CLSI had done their measurements. So my numbers were pretty significantly lower, but again, I didn't do actual specific measurements. I was doing more estimations and just looking at the whole situation.
Did you do enough to testify here today under oath that this use in common driveway does not meet the site distance requirements of Carroll County?
Yes,
Yes?
correct, yes.
And is that your testimony?
That is my testimony.
Now, you also looked at the 50-foot strip that is part of the adjoining Ms. Bassilone's property, correct?
Yes.
And did you do a preliminary investigation of whether or not a driveway placed in that strip would meet the site distance criteria?
Again, everything was very preliminary, but yes, from what I was looking at and from what my experience is, her 50-foot strip is on the high side, looking into the properties. And if you look up Nicodemus Road, and that what I'm saying at is if you're pulling out of the entrance and go left, that's going uphill. So if you're looking up that hill, Nicodemus Road has a slight turn to the left if you're looking up the hill. And it's also, so the fact that you have an entrance that will be higher in elevation and even further up, the turn, even though as slight as it was, with the clearing and everything, it would extend the sight distance significantly than where it is currently.
So did you just testify that the site distance, in your opinion, would be better from the 50-foot strip than it is from the existing driveway?
I believe it would be, yes.
Pretty clear to you?
I'm not saying that they would get an extra 200 feet in sight distance, but it would be significantly better or safer.
You're not saying they would meet the criteria, but that it would be better than the existing. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
All right. Did you prepare a drawing of the Cox Ridge Drive?
My office and I did, yes.
Is this it?
Yes.
Do you have extra copies of that?
I believe.
I'd like to mark this as
Yeah, I need one. Thank you so much.
Opposition Exhibit 1.
Opposition. You gotta watch what contestants is. Tell us. I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 1. Is that a drawing prepared of showing a detail of the driveway, the use in common driveway known as Cox Ridge Drive?
Yes, it is.
Now, may he approach, because I can't
Yes.
put this on the screen.
Sure.
Somebody, if anybody else would like to see this, as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Chair, you're welcome to come up and see this.
Yes.
reference to Exhibit 1. Point to the point where that driveway intersects with Nicodemus Road.
It'll be right here.
Okay. And does that, do you also, I'll call it ghost in the existing driveway surface?
Yes.
All right. Now, that shows that the existing driveway is located within that 40-foot strip, but not centered, correct?
The 40-foot right-of-way
Yeah.
you're referring to? Correct.
Yeah. In fact, it's skewed to the right as it gets to the Nicodemus Road, right?
Yes.
And that would be Mr. Hackett's drawing showing the expansion of that. Would that fit on both sides of that existing driveway? Do you know? I mean, I know we haven't looked at it, but
I'm sorry, what was it?
would, since this driveway is, the existing driveway is right near the edge of the 40-foot easement on the right side, I'll call it.
Okay.
The south side.
Yes.
If you were to expand it, you wouldn't be able to expand necessarily wider, would you? Or would you?
It would still be in the easement if it was widened to the left, and to the right, it would be either on or close to their property line.
All right, got you. Now, and those strips of land, what are those strips?
Those are in-fee strips that were required for technical road frontage for the subdivision lots during the process of subdivision.
So those strips are owned by the owners of lots 1, 2, and 3 back there, right?
Correct.
All right, thank you. I'd like to offer this into evidence as my Exhibit 1.
And we'll accept that into evidence.
No objections.
All right, I'm showing you a photograph. I'll put it over here so, because I only have one of these.
That's fine.
What's, and that, I'll ask that this be,
I have extras.
okay, can you give her one, please? Exhibit 2, opposition exhibit 2.
I'm not sure which one he had.
I don't know, it looked like.
Let's see which one.
Okay. Kelly does this for me.
I know Kelly doesn't.
Assuming he's given, just looking left.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Sure.
Could we enter them as one exhibit, Mr. Schaefer, as opposed to?
We can if you want to. I think it's, we're still gonna have to go through the same.
Okay, never mind. If you want to distinguish them
Okay.
as we discuss them, we'll go ahead and.
I'm showing you Exhibit 2. What's that show?
That one is showing from an eye height of roughly 3.5 feet, 10 feet off the edge of road. This one's
And it's showing the,
Wait a minute, 3.5 or 10?
at 3.5 feet off the ground would be the eye height.
Oh, okay, 3.5
And then
high
10, yes,
10 feet from.
correct,
okay,
10 feet will be
sorry.
back.
These are both marked 15 feet off the road. Am I receiving a different copy than?
I just realized that he has a different one.
Okay. Sorry.
okay, so your testimony is accurate, though, that this is showing what you just testified to, correct?
That one is, yes, correct.
Offer this in as
The 10-foot,
Exhibit
sorry.
2.
Appreciate it, no worries.
Okay, what's, yeah, did I just give him this? Let's make this 3. Tim, I'll just put this one here, 3.
This is 15.
Okay, I'm showing you a photograph. What's that show?
This one here is at an eye height of roughly 3.5 feet. And this one is 15 feet off the edge of road.
And is that looking
And is-
left?
And is looking left or uphill.
I'd like to put that in evidence as my Exhibit 3.
Ms. Ballison,
Yes, sir.
without objection?
No objections.
Okay. We'll accept that into evidence.
Oh, I already marked these. So, after, we're up to, those are up to 6.
Show you what's been marked as Exhibit 3. What's that show? Looking left?
Yes. Let me see if it's 10 or 15 now. Okay. That picture is also looking left, and that one, the only difference is that one's at a 10 feet off the edge of road.
I'd like to offer this as my 3. This one right here, right?
Those are just
Show you
copies.
what's been marked Exhibit 4. What's that show?
One marked, and those are extra copies.
Exhibit 4 marked is the picture from the driveway looking down towards the entrance at Nicodemus Road.
Okay. Show you what's been marked for as Exhibit 5. What's that show? These are all opposition exhibits.
Exhibit 5 is a picture of standing just past the Y, and it is a picture showing that the 10-foot wide access strip from the shared drive to the parking area of the site.
Did you take those photos?
I did take those, yes.
They fairly and accurately depict what you just testified to?
Yes.
I'd like to offer them all into evidence if they're not already in.
No objections.
Okay, we'll accept those into evidence.
I'm showing you a photograph that has not been marked yet, but what does that show?
This is a picture, looks like it's standing in the entrance, roughly 10, 15 feet back. You're looking at Nicodemus Road, and there's some scrape marks on the entrance pavement.
It's opposition exhibit 6, it's on the back.
This is Opposition Exhibit 6. Did you take that photo?
No, I did not.
Okay, who took it? Lisa Langley?
I do not know.
Objection.
Fine, I'll just put it in for identification, and when Lisa Langley testifies, I'll get it.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right.
But can we go ahead and enter that into evidence when it's authenticated, Mr. Schaefer?
Yes. Yeah, that photograph was taken by one of my clients. So when that client gets up, I'll just ask if she took the photo. I mean, I could, did you witness scratch marks in the driveway when you were out there?
Yes, I have my own photos of it also.
You have your own photos, all right. Does that fairly and accurately depict the marks on the driveway?
Yes, it did.
All right. I'd like to offer it into evidence.
Ms. Ballison?
No objections.
Okay, we'll accept that into evidence then, at this point.
Can I have copies of the 10-foot looking left and 15-foot right, please?
If I gave her copies.
No, fine.
Okay.
at the same things you guys are.
So here's 15, right?
Thank you. Oh, no worries. Yeah, this can go ahead.
15 left, I think it didn't give that to you.
I show you what's been marked for identification as opposition exhibit number 8. What's that show?
That again is sight distance. If you were 15 feet off the edge of road at a roughly an eye height of 3.5 feet, and it's looking left uphill to the bank.
Did you take that photo?
I did, yes.
Fairly inaccurately depict the situation?
Yes. Did it.
I'll offer that as my exhibit 8. I show you exhibit 7, what's been marked for identification as exhibit 7. What's that show?
That is a typed report or results of my conversations and numbers regarding traffic and average daily trips.
Okay, so you did a calculation, a trip generation calculation, based on the proposed uses here, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall that Mr. Wilson also did a trip generation calculation based on these uses, correct?
He did, yes.
All right. Now, what did you use for your calculation?
Well, after discussions with the county, we ended up using the daycare use.
No, wait a minute, which book?
Oh, I'm sorry. It is the ITE 11th edition, which is the latest version of the Traffic Institute Engineering.
That's the same book Mr. Wilson testified that he used, and that was the Bible, correct?
Correct.
All right. And what what was your conclusion as to the trip generation for the proposed daycare center?
So on the proposed daycare center, it was based on square footage of the building. And these numbers were based on results from testing from Maryland, Pennsylvania also. And the first floor, the building's 80 foot 8 inches and 39 foot 8 inches per the 2019 BZA case architectural plan, so that was my basis of the square footage. And the results is the first floor is 3,200 square feet. It was testified, I did one for both, first floor and a second floor also, but it was testified earlier that only one floor would be used. So we're just going to be talking about the first floor numbers here. Average weekday, average daily trip.
Well, why don't you just testify as to what you calculated based on the square footage?
Okay, so the weekday average daily trip ends up being 152 average daily trips for the daycare use at 60. Well, actually, it was based on square footage, not kids. Weekday AM peak hour trips, which is between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. It was 35 peak hour trips, which in my opinion is a little concerning with children at the bus stops at that entrance. The weekday PM peak hour trips is 36 hours, and then 36 weekday PM hour trips.
Gotcha.
Excuse me. And then Saturday average daily trips is 20, and then this Saturday peak hour trips was only 6, and Sunday average daily trips was 19 according to the stats.
All right, so based on the square footage of the proposed daycare center, right?
Yes,
You calculated 35 peak hour AM trips, weekday, right?
yes, correct,
And 36 PM trips, right?
correct.
Now, explain peak hour. What's that mean?
That's the hour between us, where it's going to generate the most traffic. So in the mornings, your peak hours are going to be between 7 and 9 for a daycare where you're going to have drop-off. And then the peak PM hours would be between 4 and 6 PM when your heaviest traffic is coming in for pickups.
And trips means car drives in is one trip, right?
Yes,
Car drives out is another trip, right?
correct.
Now, did you also do the same calculation for the retreat center?
Yeah, yes, I did.
What category did you choose to use for that out of the book?
That was a recreational community center use.
Okay. And what did you conclude regarding the trip generation figures for that use?
Okay, so those numbers were based also in the manual, but also based on gross floor area. So again, we're only going to be talking about one floor, not the whole building and both floors. So the weekday average daily trips for just a recreational community center based, just on that use, the average daily trips is 92. Weekday AM peak hour trips would be 6.1. Weekday PM hour trips, again, which would be 4 to 6 in the afternoon, would be 8 for this particular use. And then Saturdays, it would be increased to average daily trip of 29. And Sunday, based on that square footage of the building for recreational community center, it's 44 average daily trips.
Thank you. I'd like to offer that into evidence as my exhibit number 7. Yeah, 7.
7, Mr. Dixon?
Yes.
Okay, then we'll accept that into evidence.
Now, based on your investigation experience, do you believe that the existing driveway proposed as the entrance for this use is adequate?
You said the entrance?
Yeah.
No, I do not.
And what is the basis for you stating that opinion?
Well, one, I guess my main concern would be there's no entrance or landing grade on this, which would be required on a commercial entrance. It basically goes from the edge of road straight up incline, so there's no landing grade at all. And the width of the entrance, again, is inadequate. The typical radius for a commercial entrance would be 30 foot.
Do you believe it's inadequate based on the fact that it doesn't meet sight distance requirements?
Well, that's probably the main thing, yes.
You've done more than a few of these use in common driveways, have you not?
Yes, many.
Do you believe that this use at this location would have adverse effects above and beyond those inherently associated with such a use, regardless of its location in the zone?
I personally do, yes.
Well, what is your basis for saying that?
So,
What are the adverse effects in your opinion?
well, the traffic volume on a residential shared driveway, for one. Again, they're using a shared driveway when they have their own in-fee strip. The proximity to residences, the proximity of the building on a large tract of land that's up in a corner close to the residences.
Now, have you looked at, are you generally familiar with the conservation zone in Carroll County?
Yes,
You've done many projects on conservation zone land and agricultural zone land, et cetera, in your career, have you not?
yes, many.
All right. And have you conducted have you taken a quick look at some of the conservation zone properties in this very area?
Yes, I have.
I'll show you, let me get this marked first.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we get copies of the pictures?
I just have the ones there. I have some extras, but I don't know how to put them all together.
It'd be easier to understand what's being said, along with the picture to look at. Thank you.
All right, here they are. Thank you, Richard. It's the last one.
Showing you what's marked for identification as exhibit number 9. Is that a copy of a portion of the Carroll County zoning map?
Yes, it looks like it's printed off of their website.
And does that have a notation, subject property with an arrow?
Yes,
Is that the property that we're talking about here today?
yes, it is.
I'd like to offer this as my exhibit number 9.
And we will accept that into evidence.
No objection.
The exhibit's on the back.
Gotcha, I should have stated this. Now, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 10. This is 10.
Thank you.
Extra copies of 10. Does that exhibit show some conservation zone properties in this area?
Yes, that would be the dark green properties.
And it has little notations on them, DNR, Department of Natural Resources, DNR, right?
Correct.
And then the next pages of it show the SDAT printouts for certain of those properties labeled on here
Yes.
as one, and they're keyed as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right?
Correct.
And what do that show? What does that show as far as the size and location of those conservation zone properties?
So they're showing that there's many other zone conservation properties that are larger tracts that have road frontage and do not appear to share a use in common driveway.
Now, you didn't do a particularized study of all those properties, did you?
No, I did not.
You just took a look at the zoning map and the tax maps and came up with this exhibit, right?
Correct.
I'd like to offer this as my exhibit 10.
No objections.
We will go ahead and accept that into evidence.
Now, is it your conclusion that the adverse effects here would be greater at this location because of the use of the shared driveway and the inadequate site distance at Nicodemus Road?
Yes, I think that's fair to say.
Is it also true that there's residential dwellings that are pretty close to this proposed use?
There are, yes.
And that's not always the case in the conservation zone, is it?
Not always.
Bear with me one second, please. That's all I have for Mr. Lemmerman.
Okay, does anyone in the audience have any, no, I'm sorry, Ms. Balisone, do you have any questions of Mr. Lemmerman?
I have lots of questions for Mr. Lemmerman. All right, Mr. Lemmerman. Mr. Lemmerman, you guys admitted to evidence a series of photographs. These photographs show photos of 10-foot back and 15-foot back. My first question would be, you admitted in your testimony, if I'm remembering correctly, that you took these photos when there was grass on the embankment, and that you believe that CLSI took their pictures after the grass had been cut. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. Mr. Lemmerman, are you familiar with this type of grass that is here on the embankment?
I don't know what type of grass it is, but I see it all the time.
Would you believe me if I told you that that's Japanese stilt grass that can grow 3 feet high?
Excuse me, I didn't understand. Could you say
Sorry,
that
sir.
again?
Yes, of course. Would you believe me if I told you that this is Japanese stilt grass? It's an invasive grass from Japan that can grow 3 foot high.
I would have no reason not to believe you.
I mean, it's covering Carroll County. It's everywhere. Have you seen this grass before? And you know that it grows pretty tall.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. And Mr. Lemmerman, from your testimony, did you agree that, that widening the driveway in accordance with the plans proposed by CLSI would be a reasonable, based upon your drawing here that you had prepared? Or possible, rather?
Possible? It's possible to widen it, yes.
Okay, and also flare it in the manner that was shown depicted on the diagram, and I have a copy if you need a copy.
The 20 feet radius is you were
Correct.
referring to?
Yes, sir.
I don't think it would be impossible, correct?
Okay, so therefore you believe it would be possible?
Yes, you can put tapers on that, sure.
Okay, thank you. And you would agree that the sight distance would dramatically improve if we were talking about removing this embankment and cutting the grass here?
Yes, some improvements would improve the sight distance.
Okay, and you can't testify to what that improvement would be, sir?
As far as specific how many feet, no, I could not.
Okay. Sir, you based your trip generation calculations on square footage. Can I ask why you chose to do it based on square footage rather than numbers that were specifically provided in the application?
That was based on my meeting with the Carroll County engineering official and how they would, I guess, take a look at it.
But would you agree that either methodology is accepted by the commission or by the planning?
If, and I don't know if it is or not, but if the number of students was still in the latest manual that I used, then yes, it would be.
Understood. And sir, did you take into consideration in your calculations things like bathrooms or closet space, things like that, that reduce the actual square footage for classrooms on that lower level?
Yes, the ITE manual uses gross square footage for their numbers, and those are factored into their square footage.
So then, therefore, the square footage would be artificially inflated when you compare it against the square footage required per child in the, I know you're not a daycare licensing expert, but would you say that if daycare licensing is based upon usable square footage that excludes closets and bathrooms and things like that, that it would provide you with an inflated calculation by using gross square footage?
I wouldn't, because they're factored into the gross square footage numbers in the manual.
Can you elaborate on that?
Sure. So every daycare is going to have bathrooms, closets, and other non-usable space for children. So those, when these numbers in the manual are based on gross, that means that's just your, and they're based on real data from Maryland, Pennsylvania, and several other states. So they're taking all those statistics based on the square footage, which factors in those non-usable areas into these numbers.
Okay.
Like if it would also factor in like, students, faculty, staff and stuff like that as far as trips.
Sure. Okay. But it would provide you with likely a more accurate calculation based upon maximum occupancy of the, what your daycare is licensed for and the number of facilitators that are required on site at that time, which is a number of 67.
Yeah, I'm not an expert at that, so I'm not going to testify on it.
Understood. And you based your calculations of the retreat center on occupancy of the entire upper level square footage. Is that accurate, sir?
One of the levels, they're both the same square footage roughly, so either or.
Yep, fair enough. Did you take into consideration that the application requested space for 30 retreat center goers at any given time?
Can you repeat that?
Sure, the application that was submitted, I believe it asked for up to 30 retreat center goers at any given time. Are you aware of that?
That does not sound familiar to me, no.
Okay, so it wasn't taken or factored into your calculation for your average daily trips for a retreat center then?
For the retreat center? No,
Correct.
that was strictly based on the manual and the square footage.
Understood.
Can you, excuse me,
Yes, sir.
where in the application did it specify 30 as the retreat center number?
I'd have to go to the back of it. May take me a minute to find the
Well,
data.
here's you want the narrative?
No, I have it here in front of me. Thank you, though. I retract my statement on 30 because I think it says that due to the controlled class sizes, 25 parking spots shown on the site plan will be more than adequate to accommodate retreat center guests. I believe there was a supplemental document that was sent out to all of the neighboring property owners that specified the numbers, but I don't know that the numbers was actually in the application submitted, so I apologize for that misstatement on my part. I have to look. You guys didn't receive, or did you receive a packet of paperwork that was like a colorful packet that was basically a slideshow presentation of intended use? I think that might have been part of the application. Did you receive that, Clark?
No, I've got your application here, or at least the copy I got from the zoning office. But I don't remember 30 anywhere in it, but if you can,
Yeah,
you just withdrew your statement,
yeah,
right?
we can withdraw that statement anyway, rather than trying to find it right now.
If you want to look, we got this in the file.
Take a peek at that. As I said, I will withdraw the statement on 30 being the number. I thought it was in here, but it says, on weekends during select seasonal events, we will host educational small group workshops and day-long or weekend retreats for adults and families. I think if we look back at, oh, and then it also says, these gatherings will be intentionally small, non-amplified, and will take place outdoors or in our main classroom within existing structures on the property. So did your study take into consideration the, a small class size or a restricted class size opposed to, whatever the maximum capacity is for that square footage? Did it take into consideration a limited class size?
The daycare
No, for the retreat center, I'm sorry.
retreat center. No, it was strictly on the national standards for square footage.
Thank you. Would you agree that at the next phase of planning, a traffic study would be part of the requirements for that planning, site planning?
Certainly should be, yes.
And at that time, would they take into consideration things like class sizes?
It depends on what the professional uses for his data. I mean, out of the national standard, accepted standards for the report.
Understood. And, but you stated earlier that the book, the Bible that we've referred to here, does allow you to take actual approved daycare numbers into consideration.
You can use those for your study.
Thank you. You stated one of your main concerns is that there's no entrance and the landing grade as being one of your major concerns. Is that accurate?
That's one major one, yes.
Okay. Is there opportunity at all for that to be adjusted?
If you reconstruct the entire driveway, probably yes.
Understood. Would that be something that would be decided upon in the next phase of the site planning?
Do you know?
I really don't know.
Is that something they would consider in the next phase of site planning?
Access would be yes.
Thank you. Give me just 1 second. I have another list of questions somewhere buried in this mess.
No problem.
All right, let's turn to the packet of papers that has the DNR markings on it. It's the conservation zone packet
Okay.
that you provided. In this, so, when we talk about the uniqueness of a property, you gave us a comparison of the Cox Ridge property, the 2840 property versus other properties in this area. Is that correct?
Generally, yes.
And that's what this packet seeks to do?
I don't know what its purpose is, but it's zoning.
Fair enough. Did you take a look at any other attributes of the properties other than size?
Yes.
What were those attributes?
Whether it had road frontage or used a shared driveway or not.
Okay. Did you take into consideration whether it had water access?
What type of water access?
Any type. I mean, stream, springs, pond, a lake.
No.
Okay. Did you take into consideration whether there were existing infrastructure on the property?
No, I did not get into that detail.
Okay. Did you take into consideration whether there were trails on the property?
No.
Okay. Did you take into consideration whether there was a mix of different types of terrain, meaning, valleys, woodland, open spaces, things like that?
I did not, but there's are generally typical of conservation zones where they place conservation zones is typically stream corridors, wooded slopes.
Understood. And did you take a look, did you take a look to see if any of these properties are available for sale, or did you just look at them?
No, we were just looking at zoning.
Understood. Okay, that's helpful, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, anyone in the audience have any questions?
I apologize, I do have just a few more questions, if that's okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Maslin. I'm
Sorry, I misled you there. Okay, here it is. Still buried. Okay. So given the grandfathered nature of the Cox Ridge connection to Nicodemus Road, as a property owner, would I have the right to make ingress and egress as safe as possible for my property?
Yes, you would.
Okay. And would that be true even if it doesn't meet the 100% of the line of sight code?
Would you have the right to
Yeah,
if it did not?
correct.
In most circumstances, yes.
Okay. And as a property owner, would I have the right to seek the lowering of the speed limit in consideration of safe ingress and egress from Cox Road, or petition the county for that?
You would have that right, yes.
Thank you, sir. When you looked at that diagram depicting the proposed driveway widening prepared by CLSI, would you agree that the improvements I plan are beneficial to all Cox Ridge residents?
I haven't seen that exhibit probably since the first day or so, so I'd like to see it again, please.
Would you like to see that? Hold on one second.
We'll stipulate that if the driveway is improved, it would benefit all the people that use it, if that's what the point is here.
That's one. There should be a second one there. This. Exhibit 6 is specifically the one that we're looking at right now. So it is accurate that it would improve the safety for all Cox Ridge residents. Is that accurate?
Widening wouldn't necessarily increase the safety for the existing residences. Putting a 20-foot radius would improve the situation a little bit, yes.
Okay. Would removing the vegetation and improving the sight distance improve?
Yes, that would be obviously an increase in
Excellent.
safety.
Goodness gracious. Are you aware that this site was previously the location of Camp Nicodemus?
I am, yes.
Okay. And are you aware of the conditional uses of conservation zone property? Oh, I'm sorry, that was not a question for you. One more second. And I believe you stated, but in the next phase of planning, a traffic survey would be required? Is that accurate?
I don't know if it will be required or not. It's generally based on how much trip generation you're anticipating, so
Understood.
it's up to the planning commission.
Based upon your expert opinion, based upon the trips that you have laid out in your expert belief, do you think a traffic survey would be required in the next phase of planning?
I would like to think yes.
Okay, thank you. Would you ultimately agree that the safety of the driveway would be an issue for the Division of Engineering to decide rather than the Board of the Board of Zoning and Appeals? Zoning Appeals.
Well, I think they need to take that into consideration also.
Did you happen to look at accident record data for this intersection?
I have not.
Okay, did you look at accident record data for any stretch of Nicodemus Road between, 97 and Salem Bottom and 97, I guess?
Old Washington.
The Old Washington, yeah.
No, I have not.
Okay, so you did not look at any of that data then?
No traffic, or no accident data, no.
Understood. So you can't testify that this is an unsafe intersection?
Oh, I can testify that based on other circumstances besides accidents.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any redirect?
No redirect.
Okay. Anyone in the audience have any questions of Mr. Lemmerman's testimony? Board members, questions? Mr. Colwell?
Mr. Lemmerman, are you a certified traffic engineer as well as a land surveyor?
No, I'm not, and I don't claim to be, no.
Thank you.
Mr. Olds? So there's, the question I have, there's Cox Drive. That was, what was the purpose of Cox Drive being laid out the way it is, Mr. Lemmerman? It was RTF that originally did that. I know it predated your ownership of the company, but could you go through the history of that?
I'll
Please.
tell you what I know anyway. So, yeah, Mr. Cox had owned a property. He had hired us to create 3 lots off of the property. We subdivided it, went through the county process. I don't know if the entrance was there at the time or not. I just don't know off the top of my head. I do know that he did reserve the easement for the use, which was, I think, at the time, the Church of the Open Door was using it occasionally for maybe a softball game, from what I understood. But they were also friends with Larry Haynes, who was big into things. So I think they had a sway into letting that Church of the Open Door property use the right-of-way. So as far as the use in common driveway, you have, it's supposed to be 12-foot wide, has pullovers, turnarounds, and to meet the use in common standards at the time. They were more lenient, as far as landing grades and sight distance back then. Sight distance did change in 2007 significantly in Carroll County. It went from probably like 400 feet to 555 feet is the current requirement. So it's pretty significant change since that driveway was built. And it was designed, and laid out for 3 residential properties only, and occasional use from a church standpoint. And that's all I could tell you, really.
So the applicant's property has a deeded right-of-way on Cox Drive, is that correct?
Yes,
And no ownership but a deeded right-of-way?
that is correct. And they also had that 50-foot strip in
50-foot
feet
that's to the
adjacent to
west.
it, yes.
Okay. Just want to make that perfectly clear. They do have a deeded right-of-way. The applicant has a deeded right-of-way to Cox Drive.
Yes, I don't think anybody disputes that.
Okay.
I want to check something with you first before I ask a question, if I may. Refer to recreational facility, which is not instead of a retreat, which is a condition. This meeting was. If I may, Mr. Lemmerman, you had mentioned you were talking about a recreational facility when you were generating your numbers.
Yes.
Was that an indoor or outdoor recreational facility?
Give me 1 minute, let me pull my
Certainly.
information there, please. So we used the land use 495 in the manual, recreational community center, because it was the closest resembled use to the applicant's use as far as the, not the daycare, but the other portion of the application retreat, thank you. And it basically, this class says that these facilities often include classes and clubs for adults and children, daycare, nursery school, meeting rooms, and other social facilities. Classes, locker rooms and restaurant or snack bar. So it just seemed like it was the best fit for what the application was stating. It didn't specify whether it was indoors or outdoors.
The applicant was requesting a retreat facility approval, which is specifically, conditional approval under the code. So I'm curious as to why that, but that's not my issue to discuss.
Okay, any other questions, board members?
Nope.
Okay. Any redirect?
No redirect, we're okay.
Mr. Schaefer?
No. I've got 3 more witnesses.
Okay, and so you're no further clarification from Mr. Lemmerman?
Thank you.
On one?
No further.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Schaefer.
You know, wait a minute, I do have one. Around the same time as Mr. Bale's questions about the origins of the driveway, et cetera, around the same time that the easement was granted, there was a trade of small properties between Mr. Cox and the Church of the Open Door, or the Carroll Christian Academy, was there not?
That is correct.
And that's 1997, before the subdivision was, the 3-lot subdivision. And that transaction was the transaction where the Carroll Christian Academy acquired their 50-foot strip. Is that correct?
That is a correct statement.
So at the time, they had a 50-foot strip, which they have now, and they also have a 40-foot easement, which they have now, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's all.
Okay, very good. And any redirect?
Just quickly, there's nothing in the record in any of the deeds that requires the owners of Carroll Christian Academy to use that 50-foot strip as a driveway. Is that correct, sir?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Lemmerman, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Schaefer, would you like to call your next witness?
Thank you. Call Lisa Langmead. Lisa, state your name and address for the record, please.
Lisa Langmead, 2860 Cox Ridge Drive, Westminster, Maryland, 21157.
You are the owner of Lot 1
Could you
on
spell for the
Cox
record?
Estate.
Could you spell for the record your last name?
Of course, it's Langmead.
Are you the owner of Lot 1 on the plat of Cox Estates?
I am
And how long have you lived there?
since 2020.
Okay. And do you live there full-time with your family?
I do.
How close is that lot to the proposed use here?
The proposed use borders my property on 2 sides.
And do you believe that the use, you've been here for the whole hearing, correct?
Correct.
You've heard the description of the proposed use, correct?
I have
Do you believe that proposed use will affect your peaceful enjoyment of your home?
100%.
And what is the basis for your saying that?
Currently, the use of that property has been nothing since I lived there in 2020, since I moved. And even prior to that, it was abandoned pretty much. I mean, when we moved in, the ball field was grown over. Everything was just grown up on that property, and it was sitting abandoned. So the people that we bought from stated that the property hadn't been used in years. And since my son played baseball, they said, you know, you might contact the owners of them and talk to them about the baseball field. And so basically, we kept the baseball field, you know, kind of cleaned up so he could play ball on it. But that's it. Like, there has been no use of that since we've lived there, or even the owners prior to me. The property has just sat idle.
So do you believe you will witness and be aware of retreat center activities as described in the application, if and when this use is approved and the use starts?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what's your basis for saying that? Does this property, I mean, if people have outdoor activities, do you think they'll be near your property?
Yes. So the property line on one side by the ball field is very close. And then on the back side, even closer, which is where my in-ground pool is. So, yes, the woods, my property goes into the woods, and of course theirs is also wooded. So my concern is no one's going to know where the properties end and begin back in the woods. There's no way to tell that. Sorry.
It's okay. Look, take your time but look at the board instead of me.
Okay,
I know
sorry.
I know I'm good looking, but
But there's just, because of it being, all of our properties are wooded back there, there's nowhere it's hard to tell where the division would be as far as the property lines go in the woods and where one ends and one begins. But again, the back of my house, the property line is very tight back there, so that is a huge concern for me.
do you understand that the application indicates that the uses, both the daycare and the retreat center will be focused on outdoor activities?
Yes,
Right. You think you'll be able to hear and see those activities from your house?
100%.
What about the driveway? Is that, the shared use of the driveway, is that a concern to you?
That is a huge concern.
And just describe that a little bit.
So the driveway is, well, first let me just say, I cannot tell you the number of times since I've lived there that I have wanted to make a left out of our driveway onto Nicodemus, that I've had to throw my car in reverse and retreat quickly back into the driveway, basically suck it in. It happens all the time because as you're going down, of course, my nose is in the edge of the road trying to see as it is. And then the way the bank lays, the way the road kind of curves to the left, you cannot see the lane of traffic that's coming down Nicodemus at you. So as I would go to pull out, there would be a car just basically right there on me. And sometimes I've had them have to go out around me. Thank goodness there's nothing coming. I mean, because I wasn't able to retreat quick enough because they were on top of me before I could do that. I stopped, but again, if they didn't move a bit into the other lane, then they were going to take the nose off of my car. So that is a huge concern for me. It
Now,
is
currently, the driveway is lightly used, is it not,
correct,
for 3 residential houses?
correct.
Is the area where the driveway enters Nicodemus Road a treed and shaded area?
Very much so.
In the winter, how does the snow and ice removal work in that area?
We have a huge problem in the winter. As a matter of fact, not just on Cox Ridge, but on Nicodemus as well, because it's heavily wooded. So even as much as this past season in winter, I had to park my car at the bottom of Nicodemus Road and walk all the way up Nicodemus and then all the way up to Cox Ridge because I could not get up the hill. Wintertime on Nicodemus is atrocious, but then you add Cox Ridge to the mix. We do have a gentleman that comes out and does snow removal for us and salting, but because that hill is heavily wooded, it never sees the sun. So it just doesn't do anything. I mean, I'm sideways up and down that driveway and praying as I go down that I'm going to be able to stop at the end and not continue out into Nicodemus.
Now, you're aware, are you not, that the property's right-of-way specifies that there's no maintenance responsibility on the owner of the property, correct?
I'm aware of that.
Now, you heard the traffic expert and Mr. Hackett testify that people won't speed, and I know they didn't say that nobody ever will speed, but it'd be unlikely that people will speed on that roadway. Do you agree with that?
I do not agree with that.
And based on your experience, what is your experience?
Let me just tell you that these people that love back roads and have little race cars and motorcycles, that portion of Nicodemus Road is a challenge to them because it's full of curves and it's tight. And you can hear all the time, the speeding, the burnouts, the everything. I mean, I just see it. I mean, people are in a hurry to get from point A to point B. They are definitely getting it up and down that road. I don't stand out there with the radar gun, but I see it with my own eyes.
Is that also a school bus stop for anyone that has children on one of the 3 lots?
Yes, it is. There are multiple school bus stops, but yes, Cox Ridge is one of them.
Okay. And is there any, are you aware of any limitation on the use of Nicodemus Road based on gross vehicle weight because of bad bridges or anything? Or is that an open road for all traffic?
That's open road. I see all types of vehicles on that road, including tractor trailers, dump trucks.
I mean, is that an occasional tractor trailer?
No, that's daily.
All right, well, do you know the origin of some of that?
One of it is a food service, I believe, one of them, but dump trucks, it's a cut through from 97 to 27. It's heavily used. People that are trying to get back and forth between those 2 roads, we see it, a lot of traffic.
It even gets you over to 31, doesn't it, if you want
It
to?
does.
Is Performance Foods located
Yes,
over on
that's
31?
it, yes, Performance Foods.
Thank you. What other concerns, if any, do you have you want to tell the board about today before we put you up for cross-examination?
We are in a quiet neighborhood. When I moved there, again, this property was abandoned and had many years of that under its belt, according to the neighbors and the people I purchased from. I am not afraid to let my child walk the road or go into the woods. I'm not afraid to leave my garage door open at night. My almost 84-year-old mother enjoys going out and sitting on the porch and relaxing and listening to the birds and nature. It's a peaceful, quiet, hidden gem of a neighborhood. And as a single mom, I do not want to have to fear for our safety or my kids' safety or my mom's safety. And that's probably my biggest issue.
If you were to contemplate selling your home, do you believe that if this use were approved and up and running, it would have an effect on your ability to market and sell that property?
It most definitely would, because again, we are a hidden gem right now. If I have to sell my property and there's this 365-day-a-year center being utilized, people are not going to want that. They're not going to want to share a driveway. They're not going to want to have people in their backyard. They're not going to want to have people watching them swim in their pool in the summertime. I mean, or ending up in their pool, even worse yet, because we all know teenagers are mischievous, and if you have a retreat facility, that's a big concern of mine, is I don't want to wake up in the morning to find people in my swimming pool, as one of our neighbors found, I don't know, 40-plus years ago. So that's just, I'm very concerned about that. Safety is a big issue from me personally.
Okay, that's all I have, unless you have anything else you'd like to say to the board at this time.
I don't.
Okay, she's available for cross-examination.
Okay, Ms. Ballastone?
Hi, Ms. Langmead. I have a couple questions for you today. In your testimony right now, you said that you've upkept the baseball fields, presumably because you've enjoyed the use of that private property over the years. Is that accurate?
Right, my son plays baseball, and we did, and moreover, one of the big reasons I wanted to keep that baseball field mowed was because it kept the varmints out of our yard, which is what the people I purchased the house from complained about, was that the growth in that area attracted tons of varmints, and we did not want all the varmints coming over onto the property, so.
Sure. Are you aware that in a conservation district, you could put a farm there without having to go through this BZA approval?
I'm not aware of what is available.
Would you say that if a chicken farm went in beside your residence, there would actually be an increase in varmints, probably more so than having a unmowed field next door?
I can't speak to that.
No worries. Is it true that your son enjoyed riding his ATV on the 38-acre, 2840 Cox Ridge Road property?
Objection, relevance.
This goes to bias.
Could you restate the question?
Sure, of course. Ms. Langmead, is it true that your son has enjoyed riding his ATV on the property?
He actually has a dirt bike, and he rides in our woods, he rides on our driveway, and was given permission years ago to ride, but since then has not.
Understood. And is it true that your son is very close friends with Scott May's son? Scott Mays is a property owner. It's not marked on here, but if you look at where the match line is, it's the end of Nicodemus, where Cotswood Drive comes out on Nicodemus Road. It would be the lot on the west, to the west of the 50-foot strip.
Objection, relevance. I cannot,
I will get to the point, sir. This goes
is
to
there a
bias.
proffer on bias? Because I cannot see why this could be relevant to whether or not her use should get approved.
Sir, I think that there is bias in this case because part of the reason members of the community don't want this project to happen is because they've enjoyed the use of the property, sir. And I would like to show that to the BZI.
I'll allow the line of questioning.
Okay. Ms. Langmead, were you aware that riding a motorized vehicle on somebody else's private property in Maryland requires explicit written permission from the landowner?
Objection. This is going too far. What possible relevance would it be as to whether or not, I mean, I assume what we're getting to here is your son violated the motor vehicle
No.
laws of the state of Maryland.
Restate your question.
Yeah, of
if you
course,
could.
of course. Did your son have written permission to ride on the land?
Well, this dates back quite some time. And I believe we were texting, but I can't, I really don't know. I just know that we were given permission, so
Yeah.
I can't.
No worries, that's completely fine. Is it true that in 2024, you and a group of neighbors made an offer on the 2840 Cox Ridge property? Real estate offer?
Not myself and a group of neighbors, no.
Okay. Did you, Miss Lisa Langmead, make an offer on the property?
I did.
Okay. And your offer was ultimately not accepted, is that right, ma'am?
It was actually accepted, but we did not come to terms on closing costs.
Understood. Ms. Langmead, on August 15th, 2024, did you and others in your neighborhood chain off the shared driveway with a no trespassing sign to prevent my entry onto the property?
Objection. First of all, I don't get the relevance. Objection, relevance. These people are bad people, is that the information? Assuming this is true, okay?
It's questions about the use in common, the reality of the use in common driveway and misconceptions around that use in common deed grant.
I think based on Mr. Limmerman's answer to my question,
Sure.
I'll allow the question.
Understood. So the question was, on August 15th, 2024, did you and others in your neighborhood decide to chain off the shared driveway with a no trespassing sign to prevent my entry onto my property?
I cannot attest to the date, but I can tell you that we did chain off the driveway, but it was at the upper portion so that anyone wanting to enter the property could safely do so,
Can you elaborate on that? What is the upper portion?
right before the Y.
Okay, so therefore I could not enter the parking lot on the Cox Ridge Drive
On
property,
foot you could, but not by vehicle.
right? But you're now aware that that is a use in common driveway and that I am permitted to use the entirety of it?
We are.
Okay, fantastic. When you contemplated moving to the area, were you aware that 2840 Cox Ridge Road had abandoned buildings on the premise?
Yes,
Okay. Were you aware that this site was previously used as a camp facility?
many years ago, yes.
Understood.
But I'm sorry, I also want to add to that, that was before a neighborhood was built there.
Okay, and were you aware that the conditional uses of conservation zone property at the time you purchased your home, I'm sorry, were you aware of the conditional uses available to conservation zone property at the time you purchased your home?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Understood. No further questions.
Mr. Schaefer?
Ms. Langmead, are you opposed to this use because you're a disgruntled purchaser, or you want to use it for your own and you just don't want her to use it? Is that your reason for your opposition here?
Absolutely not.
What is your, I mean, was your testimony here today the reason for your opposition to this?
100%.
All right. Did Ms. Basilone attempt to dialogue with you and your neighbors prior to filing this application?
We saw her at the property one time
Okay.
and had a conversation.
Well, yeah, and had a conversation. And in that conversation, did she tell you generally she had a plan for using the property?
Yes, it was definitely not this in-depth. It was not going to be 7 days a week, every night, every day.
But she talked to you about a plan to use the property, and you were concerned, were you not?
Yes,
And you contacted my office at that time, is that correct?
correct.
And you were unsure of what the right-of-way situation was with that driveway at that term?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And you got advice from my office regarding that driveway and the right-of-way, is that correct?
We did.
All right. And then months later, Ms. Basilone filed an application, did she not?
Correct.
Did she provide you a copy of that application, or did you find out when you got the notice in the mail?
She sent out a packet.
Okay. And so you, at any time during your interaction with Ms. Basilone, did you say to her, I might be okay with your use, or indicate you didn't have any problem with the use?
No,
Did any time in your interactions with Ms. Basilone, did you say, gee, can we still use the property if you get this use, or anything like that?
no.
Thank you.
Just a couple more questions based on that, if that's
Okay.
okay. Ms. Langmead, were you provided my name and email address and phone number upon initial meet?
Yes,
Ms. Langmead, did you receive several emails from me over time?
I received a couple of emails from you.
That's fair, a couple emails. So if you had questions about the intended use, could you have reached out to me directly?
Well, you had already told us what the intended use was.
Right, but
But it
if
was
you
on a
want-
much smaller scale than what we were talking about today.
Sure, sure. So if you had clarifying questions, though, you could have reached out, is that correct?
I could have called you.
Okay, that's all.
Nothing further.
Can anyone in the audience have any questions of Ms. Langmead's testimony? Board members? Mr. Caldwell?
Thank you for being here, Ms. Langmead. I've got a couple of questions for you. Prior to buying the property, did you research the adjoining properties and the potential uses?
No,
Did you contact the county about the adjacent properties and their potential uses?
did I contact the county?
Yes.
I did.
Did they give you any information about the potential uses?
They gave me the information on the 2019 hearing, which stated that they could have occasional retreats at the facility, but it was occasional. So I did get a copy of that.
Okay. Did you get any additional information about the scope of other projects that could
No.
operate there?
No,
Did you ask about them?
I did not.
Did you, with respect to your concern about driving conditions there, did you contact the police or the county about safety, your safety concerns on Nicodemus?
The police, yes, police have been contacted by multiple people in our area, I believe. And they do say that speed is an issue on that road. They get multiple complaints.
Do you have any police reports?
No, they just stated that they have nowhere to set up.
Thank you.
Mr. Olds? Zens? Okay. Very good. Thank you very much. One,
In light of that question,
okay, go ahead, Mr.
what's
Schaefer.
that mean, nowhere to set up?
As far as radar, too.
That's what I thought. So the police told you they had nowhere to put radar
They
out there?
told one of the neighbors, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Mr. Schaefer, you want to call your next witness?
I'll call John Marks.
State for the record your name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
Yes, sir. My name is John Marks. I live at 2862 Cox Ridge Drive, Westminster, Maryland, 21157. I'm a DoD government civilian. What was the last part of the question?
I'll
Apologize.
spell for the record your last name,
Marks.
as it sounds.
Yes,
Thank
sir. Yeah.
All right. Mr. Marks, are you the owner, along with your wife, of 2862 Cox Ridge Drive?
Yes, sir, I am.
Is that Lot 2 or Lot 3 on Exhibit 3 on the Cox Ridge plat?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And do you share a driveway with the owners of Lot 1, Lot 2, Lot 3?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is this, I'm showing you a photo, which we're going to mark, is that a photo of your house?
Yes, sir,
Front of
that's,
your house?
yeah, the front.
Did you take that photo?
I did.
Does that fairly and accurately depict the current state of your house?
Yes, sir, it does.
I'll introduce this as Exhibit next.
I've got to look. 11.
Mr. Schaefer, did you say that he was on lot 2?
3.
3, sorry, okay.
All right. Mr. Marks, do you and your wife live there with your young child?
Yes, sir, my three kids, excuse me.
You have 3 children?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do those children go to school?
My oldest, Emmett, yes, he does, and then my middle child is in preschool, so 2 of the 3.
Do they catch the bus at the end of the driveway?
Yes, sir, they do. Emmett in particular, my 5-year-old is in kindergarten at Winfield.
Okay. And do you sometimes go down there with your child?
Yeah, we're down there for about 30 minutes in the morning, around 8, well, prior to 8:40, so like 8:10, 8:15, and then in the evening time, around 4:15.
Do you have concerns about the effect on your peaceful enjoyment of your home if this use as proposed is adopted?
Yes, sir, I do.
Can you just generally summarize those concerns?
Yeah, absolutely. So when I left the military in 2019, I did some contracting stint that's not relevant to here. When we moved to Maryland.
Slow down a little bit.
Okay. We moved to Maryland in 2023. Part of our service-connected disabilities, we sought a quiet residential area, which we found this one. We did scour the internet to see if there was the other property for sale. It was initially listed as 2840 Nicodemus and not on Cox Ridge Drive, so I was somewhat confused when I found out this was actually on Cox Ridge Drive. All that to be said, we were looking for a quiet property. My concerns, for the record, is that with this becoming a potential commercial enterprise, it's going to drastically increase that noise, and it will disturb both my wife and I, who are service-connected disabled veterans.
Do you have any concerns related to the school bus stop down at the end of the driveway?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, and just sitting there since school started in the past 2 to 3 weeks, cars that are coming both down and up the hill cannot see myself or my 3 kids that are sitting at the end of the or at the end of the driveway until they are pretty much passing the driveway. All that to be said, if there's a school bus coming, obviously that should kind of prevent the traffic or slow it a little bit, but even still, we have to make sure that we're standing towards the end of the driveway to ensure that the bus can actually see us, as it's already kind of missed our stop 3 times.
So you stand near obviously, near the intersection of the driveway and Nicodemus Road with your child.
Yeah, roughly 3 to 4 or 5 feet back.
Now, you heard Mr. Hackett and the traffic expert, Carl Wilson, testify that it's unlikely people would speed on Nicodemus Road. Is that your experience?
No.
What
that
is your experience?
It's the opposite, and that's just basically on eyeballs, but most of the traffic that I see are speeding both ways, both up the hill and down. And when I leave at 4 a.m. in the morning, that's no different.
Do you have any other concerns you'd like to tell the board about at this point?
Yeah, I would add that similar to what Ms. Langmead said, the icy conditions of the driveway make one side of the driveway entirely undrivable, mostly due to the fact that the canvas or the canopy over top of the driveway, as well as the vegetation right supporting that, makes the sun unreachable during the winter season. So three seasons of the month, it's probably pretty good to drive. That one winter season, though, no. You have one side of the driveway, and if you're trying to avoid the bottoming out your vehicle, so I have a sedan, which I've bottomed out numerous times, you have to kind of hug the left side if you're coming down the driveway or right side going up. Either way, that is the icy side in the wintertime, and that side is not drivable.
That's you're referring to the landing grade that Mr. Lemmerman described, is that correct?
Yes, I have to try to avoid the landing grade, so I do not bottom out my...
Now, you heard the various testimony on the trip generation figures, did you not?
I did.
Yeah. Regardless of which number is correct, do you believe there will be a large and significant increase in the traffic on that driveway if this use is approved?
Yes, sir, and I do believe that it will degrade the ability to ingress and egress from our driveway.
All right. Do you have any concerns regarding your ability to market and sell your property if this use is approved and operative?
Absolutely, I've seen it. In the houses that I've sold, I have not only myself experienced it, but my friends in Fayetteville, North Carolina, have tried to do something similar where they had a commercial enterprise build at the end of the driveway, and it did impact the resale of their property.
Okay, do you have anything else you want to say to the board here this morning?
No, sir.
I'm finished with him.
Okay. Ms. Ballasone.
Mr. Marks, you stated that you do have a daycare-age child. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. And what usually happens at that daycare center when there is snowy or icy conditions?
For the Baptist Church in Mount Airy, is that what you're
Correct.
saying? Normally
Yes.
it would shut down.
Okay. You stated that you put your child on the bus in the morning around 8:15 a.m., but also that you leave work at 4 a.m. Are you not somebody that commutes every day? You sometimes put them on the bus and you sometimes go to work?
When I am not at work, I help get my child on the bus.
Thank you.
So normally it is my wife, Anna, who's a stay-at-home mom, who will ensure the kids are on the bus, just to clarify. But I do take off from work pretty frequently for doctor's appointments, et cetera. When I'm there, I can help.
Sure. Is it true that on August 15th, you were party to the group that did chain off the shared driveway with a no trespassing sign to prevent my entry?
Not to prevent your entry, no, and I would like to clarify on that. We put the chain up because we had a string of trespassers, one of which I actually did call you about later that year and told you that you had a trespasser on your property, to which you took the opportunity to then throw in our faces how much money you're putting on the property.
I don't recall that conversation, but thank you. Have you also confronted folks who have gone back towards the ball field and parked on the property to observe the conditions?
Have we confronted them?
Yeah,
That went
you
to the
you
back?
personally.
Yeah, me personally, yes. I believe it was your uncle who came through. We had said that we had a string of trespassers, and in respect to you not putting the chain up, we took it down, and we've had a lot of random people come back on the driveway, to which your uncle then came over and was talking about what the upgrades were gonna be to the property, and I told him that I was not interested in hearing it, because I knew that this process had to take place.
Okay, understood. And then you proceeded to put no parking signs down the driveway?
Me personally, no, but yes, they are on the driveway.
Understood. Let's see here. When you contemplated moving to the area, were you aware of the abandoned buildings at 2840 Cox Ridge?
No, Because I was still working in North Carolina, my wife was the one who actually viewed the property, and then I FaceTimed her to be able to see the house.
Understood. So, prior to your move, your wife knew that there were abandoned buildings on the property, but you did not. Is that fair to say?
That they were abandoned, sure.
Okay. And at any time before the purchase, were you aware that this was the previous home of a camp?
No,
With
I
this
was
property?
not, no.
Understood. Did you, like Mr. Caldwell asked Slangmead, did you call the county to ask what the possible uses were for adjacent properties?
No.
Okay. And you were not aware that a retreat center and/or daycare center are are conditional uses under the code for conservation zone?
Yeah, it wasn't until August 15th when you stated that you had the, what was it? The zoning already taken care of. You stated that you already had the approvals on that day.
Do you have any evidence of that, sir?
I would not, because it's illegal to record people in the state of Maryland, so,
Okay.
without their consent.
Were you aware that this was conservation zone property at the time you purchased your home?
No.
Okay. Did you ever see the real estate advertisement for the property at 2840 Cox Ridge?
I saw a sign for my property. I never saw one for yours.
Okay, okay, and at no time since living there, did you see a for sale sign go up on the Cox Ridge property? Okay.
Which, Cox Ridge as in mine or
No,
the
I'm sorry,
Nicodemus?
as in, the Carroll Christian Academy property?
Okay, yeah, no, I did not.
You didn't see that, okay? No further questions.
To follow up, was, when Ms. Beslin's uncle came there, what did he park his car back on the, further back the driveway?
So, yes, by the baseball field. It was in the pull-off. My wife saw him on the way coming back from, I think she was getting coffee, had called me because, again, we had a string of trespassers. So I went out there to go see what was going on to make sure that it was not a trespasser, and if it was, to ask them to leave.
And do you know whether parking is allowed on a ingress, egress, regress right-of-way?
So, yes, sir, for the pull-off sake of that driveway, it is not allowed unless it's for allowing an emergency vehicle to come through.
So you can't park on that easement, correct?
Yes.
That's all I have.
No further questions.
Okay, anyone in the audience have any questions of Mr. Marks' testimony? Board members, Mr. Caldwell.
Good, it's still morning, Mr. Marks.
Sir, good
Thank
morning.
you for coming today. And first of all, let me thank you and your wife for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Very much appreciated. You mentioned you have 3 kids. One is in daycare age, one child I think is going to elementary.
Yes, sir.
What about your third?
My youngest is 1 year old.
1
He's
years old.
17 months, yeah.
Okay, so
Right.
the trips to the bus stop only involve one.
For one, but we have to take all 3, obviously, because I cannot leave a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old by themselves.
Right, but you're also going to be, in later years, going to be involved in multiple buses.
Correct, yes.
Okay. When did you buy the property?
In 2023, sir, December of 2023.
2023. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it, sir.
Yes, Mr. Marks, I think Ms. Langme mentioned that there's someone that you hire or someone's hired to maintain the road and, like, for snow plowing?
Correct.
Is that all done by one, how do you all do that? Is that all shared costs?
So it's a joint pot of money, yes, that the Academy of Lost Arts is not a part of, mostly because of the fact that they have no financial responsibility to maintain the driveway.
Right, so the existing, everybody just pitches in and someone's
Correct.
hired to maintain that?
Yes, sir. Yeah, he'll plow back. My driveway, I don't know about Lisa's just because I don't normally look over that direction, but he for sure comes all the way straight back to mine, which if you follow the road to the end, you're at my house, so.
Right, right. And then has there been, since you were mentioning about it's dangerous because of the pitch and freezing, so forth, has there already been any discussion among the neighbors about contacting, it's an expense, I'm sure,
Right.
but getting someone to regrade and deal with that before the applicant was involved?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a formal maintenance agreement on,
It was submitted as Exhibit 2.
It should be, yeah, I believe it's part of the right-of-way, right?
Yeah, if you want to take a look at it.
The answer is yes, and it's in the record.
Yeah, no worries, if you want it, it's here.
Any other questions of Mr. Mark's testimony? Okay, thank you very much.
Sir, thank you.
Mr. Schaefer, would you like to call your next witness?
May we have a bathroom break for 5 minutes? I have one more witness, and then I think there's going to be one or two people or three people that testify. I don't know what this chair's.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break. We're going to go ahead and call the BZA hearing back to order. Mr. Schaefer, you said you have an additional witness?
I don't have copies of that one.
Which one?
Yeah, both of those.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have another witness,
Okay,
Davy Hirsch.
okay.
Davy? And why doesn't Ann come up too? Ann, why don't you come up and sit next to him?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, and thank you, Board, for having us. Hello, and thank you. Thank you.
I'd like to state for the record that Mr. and Mrs. Hirsch are hearing impaired, deaf, and we have an ALI, ASL interpreter here that is translating or voicing their testimony. And so that's what's going on here.
Okay, very good, Mr. Schaefer.
Mr. Hirsch, state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is David. My last name is Hirsch, Hirsch. And my address is 2866 Cox Ridge Drive, Westminster, 21157.
Mr. Hirsch, you're the owner of Lot 2 in Cox Ridge Estates, are you not?
That's correct.
Along with your wife, Ann, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And Ann is here with you today, is she not?
Yes, she is.
Now-
And my name is A-N-N, no E.
And you both took the oath when it was given earlier in the hearing, correct?
Yes, that's right.
So I'm going to concentrate on Davy Hirsch, and Ann will be available to fill in or to testify if necessary. Is that okay?
That's fine.
And Davy, just one moment. I know that my assigning might be a little bit slow. Please be patient with me. I am freezing cold, and it's made my hands almost arthritic.
Okay. Davy, did you and Ann prepare a letter that summarizes your testimony?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And Tim, can I get the, I guess I should show them the ones that are marked. Oh, it's Hirsch Exhibit 1, 2, 3, is that the H?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I show you a document which has been labeled H Exhibit 2. Do you recognize that?
Yes, we did that.
And can you summarize for the board your concerns regarding this proposed use?
Yes, so we have experienced living there in our home. We bought 4.7 acres, heavily wooded, lots of wildlife, from Walter Cox. He was the previous owner. And she and I bought the property in 1999. We moved in 2001. And we just felt like it was so tranquil, so peaceful, so quiet. It was in the, in between two other lots. And with those two other lots, we have obviously the shared driveway.
Mr. Hirsch, since you moved in, I think you said 2001 or 2002?
2001.
Right. What have you observed with regard to the use of the 38-acre parcel that's being applied for here today?
When we moved into the property, I wasn't sure exactly how many acres that land had, but we've gone through it. Very, very heavily treed area. You know, we were interested in our surrounding properties. And I found out that it used to belong to the Church of the Open Door.
And was it regularly used for activities during those times?
Yes.
What will describe the activities?
Mostly baseball, softball, games, using the field. Also, you know, retreats. Just on weekends, weekend retreats. You tend to be in the spring and the summer, intermittently, not every single day.
And then, did there come a time when those activities were greatly reduced or stopped?
Yes.
Okay. About when was that?
Oh, I want to say around 2010. He stopped.
And since 2010, has it been essentially abandoned?
Yes, that's right.
Now, on or about 2006, did you become aware of potential plans for a girls' academy to be located on that property?
Yes, that's right. Somebody, a friend of ours, informed us that they were looking into potentially having an academy there. So we asked a couple questions. We didn't really get great answers, but the county provided us with more information.
So, Tim, I don't know how you want to do this, but I'll make clear for the record that Mrs. Hirsch is testifying at the same time. Do you want to try to divvy it up and call her separately? Or should?
Well, that's the preferred method.
Okay. Well, how about if every time she says something, we say, "This is Mrs. Hirsch speaking"?
Okay.
Okay.
That would be good.
So, Mrs. Hirsch, you just testified as to that last answer, correct? Okay. And
That
I'll-
is correct.
And I'll try. Mrs. Hirsch, did you receive, at some time around that time, a copy of this newsletter type document I am handing you now? Okay.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
Can you say that again?
Did you receive a copy of that document around 2006 that is marked for identification as Exhibit 4?
Yes, I did. And this is Mrs. Hirsch. I found this through the internet. I did my research myself, and I found that through the internet. Somebody had informed me that this was a plan, so I went through and found this.
All right. Now, I'm going to show you, Mrs. Hirsch, Exhibit 5 for identification. Is that an email exchange you had with Stephen Horn, the Director of Planning for Carroll County, in 2006?
Yes, I sent an email directly to that person. That's correct.
Do you ever remember getting any other response other than the one indicated on that email?
And Ann Hirsch is responding. Yes, I responded right here. You can see that we're looking into the situation and that they would get back to me, but I heard nothing after that email.
I'd like to offer into evidence, and since I don't have copies of this, because I wasn't sure I was going to use it but in light of Mrs. Bassilone's questions, I want to put it into evidence. So I apologize for not having copies. But if I may, I'll explain that, and you'll see it. This is a newsletter saying that the Church of the Open Door is planning a girls' academy for this property. And it says somewhere in here that we've gotten zoning approvals. And then the Hirsches sent an email to Steve Horn, and you can read it, saying, what the heck's going on here? We don't get this. Is there any zoning approval? Is there any? And his response was, I'll look into it and get back to you. And she testified he never got back to her.
And what was the date of that, Mr. Schaefer?
February 28th, 2006 was the email exchange.
Okay.
Now, get this all out of the way at one time. I'm showing you Exhibit 3 for identification, a letter from Kathleen Hetrick that expresses concerns about this proposed use. Are you familiar with this? Do you know Kathleen Hetrick?
And Davy Hirsch is saying, yes, I do.
Okay. And is this a letter that she asked you to submit to the board?
And Mr. Hirsch said, yes, it is.
Now, Exhibit 1, I'm showing you Exhibit 1, which is a letter from your daughter, Abigail Hirsch. Is that a letter that Abigail Hirsch wanted you to share with the board?
David Hirsch is saying, yes, this is.
I'd like to offer into evidence H1, H2, H3, H4, and H5.
Ms. Ballison?
No, no objections.
No objection? Okay, we will enter those into evidence.
Mr. Hirsch or Mrs. Hirsch, but let's not do it at the same time. Do you have concerns about how this proposed use would affect your peaceful enjoyment of your home?
David Hirsch. Yes, I do.
And can you state what those concerns are and a little elucidate those concerns?
So at that time, the Church of the Open Door, they hadn't had activities there for a long time. When CCA They used that common property, it's like once in a while, not very often. When they had a baseball game or a softball game. It was big news in the area because it tended to disrupt the parking, the driveway, the egress, both coming in and out of the property. It was really hard for us to be able to cooperate with the comings and goings. It caused a clot in the driveway. And we would have to pull over, let somebody drive by. You know, if they were like grilling and cooking and there were, you know, several people there, it wasn't easy to get through. The kids would be, you know, I felt like they were blocking our access to be able to get up our driveway. And one time, they were having a service, and I was pulling out of my driveway while somebody else was pulling in, and we couldn't get past each other. So they had to pull out while I pulled forward and to go around them. We had asked at that time repeatedly, do not park up towards the driveway, park down. But they completely ignored us and didn't follow the rules. Before that walker, we had asked him repeatedly. Lisa did as well. And reminded them the 3 lots, the 3 families that are at the end of the driveway. We talked to the Church of the Open Door so many times. And I felt threatened. It was dangerous. Yeah, they stopped the activities and stopped everything, and then our homes went back to being peaceful again. We had no problem getting in and out of our property until we heard that there was a new owner and that she was going to start programs like the daycare and the retreat. And I felt like we had to go through the same thing, having the same issues pop up all over again, because people that, you know, they don't know us. They don't know about the problems we had in the past with these 3 properties. And so I'm concerned about that. I'm worried that, you know, the value of our house when we go to move, this busy traffic, the busy intersection, the number of humans, the number of vehicles, there are going to be so many things that we have to go through. Weather is another issue. When the ice comes off of the driveway, you can slide almost through Nicodemus Road into the trees. It's very scary when that happens. So that's why we hired a snowplow and salter to come through to prepare the driveway when it's icy. So these are the concerns, and this is being increased. Also, speaking about the traffic and the right-of-way on a daily basis. This is supposed to be a residential area. Why would you open a business there? It's totally confusing for us. I remember when they said that they had the retreats, they said there would be a small number of activities. Not every day, not 365 days a year. I just feel like we're stuck, and we'll be stuck with it.
That was, do you have any?
For the reasons of discussion, I'm sorry,
No,
go ahead.
No, if you have anything else to add to the board, now's the time.
And Mrs. Hirsch is saying, do you mind adding something to his testimony?
Yeah, Mrs. Hirsch, do you have anything you'd like to say to the board? Now's the time.
Yes, I also wanted to talk about the driveway, the part that's at the top of Nicodemus Road that's going towards our property. That stretch of driveway, we tend to use for walking, to go to check to get the mail. Children walk to the bus stop. Trash day happens on that area. So if you put cars there, the safety can't be guaranteed as we're going up and down the driveway. Also, we have deliveries and services that come through, the mail, emergency vehicles, they need to be able to come up there. How can that be made safe going up and down if there's a line that's blocking it? That's my biggest concern with the traffic. And now David would like to add, for the reasons that we discussed and these comments that we made, we would respectfully request that the application be denied in its entirety.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Ms. Ballastone?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Anyone from the audience have any questions of the Hirsch's testimony? Board members? Mr. Caldwell?
Good afternoon, Mr. Hirsch. Thank you for being here today. I just have one question. You purchased the property in 1999, is that correct?
Correct.
That's right.
At that time, were you aware of the Church of the Open Doors, or CCA, or whatever it was called?
David Hirsch is saying, yes, I knew that it was there, but I didn't know if it was run by a church, it was CCA, Open Door, what they were doing. I later found out from Walter Cox. He was, kind of explaining to me what the purpose was used for.
Did your conversations with Mr. Cox take place before you purchased the property or after?
After.
Thank you.
Really, to be honest, that location is pretty desolate. It's hard to see. It's just lots of woods and abandoned properties. So when I go straight to my house, I make a left coming in. You can't see it.
Okay. No further questions, it looks like. Ms. Ballastone, any follow-up?
No, thank you.
Very good. Any follow-ups, Mr. Schaefer?
No, sir.
Thank you very much.
That concludes our case.
Okay. Now for you in the back row. This is the moment you've been waiting for months. You can go to the microphone and you can give your testimony. State your name, your address, your occupation, spell for the record your last name, and stay at the microphone so that either attorney can ask you questions, anyone from the audience can ask questions, and then the board will have the opportunity to ask you questions. Okay?
My name is Sue Hartman.
Wait, get closer to the microphone, closer. There you go.
Mr. Chair,
My name
is it
is Sue
okay if she
Hartman.
comes up here?
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
Up there?
yes.
That way
My name is Sue Hartman. I live at 2744 Salem Bottom Road, Westminster, Maryland, 21157. Spelling of my last name is Hartman. So what I was going to say the last time was that I live on Salem Bottom. I have been on Nicodemus thousands of times. It's the main artery to get to 97, which would take us to Eldersburg or to Westminster. And as you're cresting the hill, going down towards Cox Ridge, people tend to have to ride their brake. I ride my brake, but I can tell you a lot of people don't ride their brake. They're just flying down the hill, and I have concerns about that. And that's not even counting when it's snowy and icy and things like that. I know that it's not an issue for anybody because there's 14 spaces. I know it doesn't make a difference, but there's 14 parking spaces. But when I had a young child, when I went to daycare, I didn't just drop him off and say, see ya. I didn't just pick him up and say, jump in the car. I would bring him in, I would talk to them, make sure he was having a good day. Then when I picked him up, I'd ask him if he ate, if he had a nap and things like that. I don't see how 14 spaces is going to accommodate all those people going through there for small kids. And I'm concerned about, if there's going to be retreats there, if there's going to be people, kids are kids, and what are they going to get into, or like go roaming the neighborhood or something? I don't really want that on my property. I live back in the woods. I love, we have cows on one side, woods on the other. I love that we have this isolated area. And I never even heard of Camp Nicodemus until this hearing. So that's really just all I have to say.
How long have you lived there? May I ask her questions?
Go ahead.
How long have you lived there?
Since 2008.
And how close is your property to this property?
If you come down Nicodemus to Salem Bottom, we are the third house on the right. So probably the properties across from us might back up to it.
And you did, since you've been there, you didn't know that there was any kind of community use of that property
Never
for
even heard of it.
retreats or anything like that?
Never heard of Camp Nicodemus, never knew that even property was back there. We know Dana, who lives on Nicodemus, and she happened to tell us about this, and that's how we ended up here. And really, we're here, one, because we're concerned about the retreat center, and two, the daycare part, I feel for them. We used to go to Hollneckers with our child, which was a fantastic camp and daycare, but now there's houses all in there. They closed that down when my son was 16, and there's a whole bunch of houses in there, and if somebody were to buy that property, I would say that wasn't fair to those people, because that's not what they were in for. They didn't want people driving constantly in, and it was a nonstop thing. And so we're here for support of them and also our concerns about a retreat.
Okay, Ms. Ballastone, any questions?
Yeah, just a couple quick ones. Ms. Hartman, just for clarification, I don't know if you've seen this, but there's actually 25 parking spaces, not 14.
Oh, I thought they said 14, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I just so you would agree that there are 25 parking spaces
that's
outlaid
fine.
there.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Would you also agree that there is a queuing lane that shows how hopefully pickup and drop off could work around the?
So does this come off of Nicodemus?
No, this is actually the Y that's up at the top of the hill. So Nicodemus is like down here,
Okay.
210 feet from here.
Okay.
You're looking at Exhibit 7.
Yeah, sorry, Exhibit
And
7.
so then you go around the building and then come back out?
That's accurate, within the driveway space.
And they can stop?
Correct.
And take their kids in, not just drop them off?
Exactly. I don't know if you were here for day one testimony,
was.
but basically, the idea was that there would be helpers to help them. Are you aware of that?
Helpers is in, take them from the car?
Correct. Like, mom and dad help you get out of the car, and a helper walks you into the classroom, so there's no need for,
Ms. Hartman, make sure you talk
Okay.
near that.
So, and that's just me.
Yeah,
not
that's
how
okay.
That's not how I would do it.
Sure, that's okay.
If I still had a young child, which I don't, I would want to walk them in myself, and I would want to pick them up, talk to the teacher, see what kind of day they had, things like that.
Sure.
But that's just me.
yeah, that's okay. And just to confirm, you do not have adjacent property to the Cox Ridge property, is that accurate?
I do not have a property there.
Okay, and your property is actually located across Salem Bottom Road. It is not on the same side as the Cox Ridge property, is that accurate? Okay, no further questions.
Wait a minute. Don't jump up yet.
This is my chance.
Anyone in the audience have any questions of Ms. Hartman's testimony? Board members? Okay, you can jump up now. Thank you so much for enduring 3 different days with us.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Okay, anyone else? Yeah, come up here so that the sign language interpreter can actually get to you. Name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
Scott Mays, 2830 Nicodemus Road, master electrician. I live at 2830 Nicodemus Road. My property is on the north side of Ms. Balzone's, off of Nicodemus Road. I just want to go on record and state that I am against this variance that's applied for. That building is 79 feet plus or minus from my property. It will directly impact my privacy and its property value. I'm concerned about the traffic. I've lived there since 2010. I can tell you and testify that speed limits they are in excess of 50 mile an hour, if not 60, 65 on that road.
Okay.
Wanted to go on record stating my concerns, and I'm against that variance. It directly impacts my property and its value. That building is 79 feet plus or minus of my property. I'm against that variance.
Okay. Ms. Ballastone? Any questions?
Sure, I have a couple questions for Mr. Mays. Mr. Mays, is it accurate that your son has enjoyed riding his dirt bike on the 38-acre plot prior to my purchase of the property?
Prior to your purchase, correct, he had permission to ride on that property.
Excellent. And then, is it also accurate that during one of our first meetings, you asked that he still retain the ability to transverse the property so that he could hang out with his son, Mrs. Langmead's son? Or, I'm sorry, Mrs. Langmead's son, or his friend?
Yes, ma'am, that is accurate. I did ask for permission for him to cut through your property to get to his friend Hunter that lives back there, and you would not grant that access. That is accurate.
Okay. And then, are you aware that your son regularly rode his dirt bike around the Cox Ridge property during my
To
visits?
get to Lisa's driveway, yes, ma'am.
Sir, I was not finished asking the question. Let me finish that question. Are you aware that your son rode his dirt bike on the property, on the 2840 Cox Ridge property during my visits with my real estate agent to the property?
I am not aware of that. I know he does ride Lisa's driveway and John's driveway back there to get to Hunter's house, yes. I'm
Okay.
aware of that.
Okay. The first time we met, did you let me know that I should plan to let you know when I plan to be on my property?
That is accurate.
Okay.
Because I have a legal backstop that I do shoot my pistol in my back, on my property. I have a backstop, and I just said, hey, just let you know.
Right, so it's accurate that you
Correct.
let me know that you had a firearm range
If you
and
were gonna
that,
be back there, that I did, I had a range, and it had a legal backstop, correct.
yeah.
And can I elaborate a little further on that?
Yeah, go for it.
You were actually on my property when we met, and you were marking trees, the property line, on already a surveyed, when that property line was already surveyed and marked.
Yeah, I can't speak to that, but perhaps that's your perspective. When you contemplated
Can
moving,
you at least give me this? Were you at least marking the trees and looking at the property line that was surveyed and marked?
that's accurate, yes.
Okay.
When you contemplated moving to the area, were you aware that 2840 Cox Ridge Road had abandoned buildings on the premises?
Repeat that?
Were you aware that there were abandoned buildings on the premises behind your
Yes.
house? Okay. Were you aware of the previous uses for those abandoned buildings?
Yes.
Were you aware of who owned that property?
The Church of the Open Door.
Okay. Were you aware that that was the previous location of Camp Nicodemus?
Yes, with limitations to its use.
Okay. Were you aware of the BZA's approval in 2019 as a retreat center of the property?
I was here for that hearing. I know what was granted for that hearing as well.
Were you aware of the conditional uses of conservation zone property at the time you purchased your home?
Yes, I was.
Did you call the county and check in on maybe proposed uses at that time?
You don't have to. You can go online and get the county zoning.
No, that's perfect. That's great. No further questions.
Mr. Schaefer?
Yeah, Mr. Mays, showing you a photograph. What is that?
That's my backyard, and that's the building that is 79 feet plus or minus from my property.
Okay, is that photo taken from your backyard?
Yes, sir, it is.
That's fine.
Okay. I'd like to offer this as exhibit. Are you divvying them up between the Mays, maybe it's Mays Exhibit 1?
Yeah, we'll do that.
Mays Exhibit 1.
Are you representing Mr. Mays?
No.
Okay, just checking.
That's all I have for Mr. Mays.
Anyone in the audience have any questions of Mr. May's testimony? Board members? Mr. Caldwell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mays. You'd mentioned that you shoot firearms on your property,
Yes, sir.
okay? And where's your backstop?
I'd have to show you on the plot, but it's in the far right corner of my property, the longest corner.
How far away is that from the adjoining property?
I'd say 150 feet, probably.
That's fine, thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to give testimony?
Make sure we just go for it.
I'm good either way. I can keep going, but it's up to y'all.
Let's just go ahead and get it done.
Okay, I just want to get consensus up here whether to go on a lunch break or continue on, and the consensus seems to be to continue on. So presentation of testimony and evidence is now closed, and summations are in order. The applicant is first, then interested parties and protestants, which would be Mr. Schaefer, followed by the applicant's rebuttal to complete the presentation of the case. Ms. Balasone.
Can we have a 2-minute bathroom break? I'm 73.
No objections.
Yes, we'll allow even more.
Thank you.
Take about a 5-minute break. We're going to call the BZA hearing back to order. We are to the point of summation comments. Ms. Ballison?
Well, it's been a long couple days here. As the board is well aware, under Maryland law, the standard for granting a conditional use, also known as a special exception, is well established by the Maryland Court of Appeals in Schultz v. Pritz. The court emphasized that a special exception is not a variance or a departure from zoning ordinance, but rather a use that the legislature has determined to be conditionally compatible with the surrounding area. As such, the burden is not to show that the use is inherently compatible, but rather that it meets the specific criteria set out in the ordinance and will not cause adverse effects above and beyond those normally associated with permitted use. The Academy of Lost Arts seeks to operate a nature-based preschool during the week and a retreat center on the weekends. In no world will this center be operating 365 days a year like you've heard today. Both of these uses fall squarely within the scope of educational and community-oriented uses that are often specifically contemplated by conditional use provisions in conservation zones. According to Schultz, such uses are presumed compatible when allowed as special exceptions. The presumption of compatibility can only be rebutted by evidence that the proposed use would cause adverse effects greater than ordinarily expected from such a use. No such evidence has been presented in this case. The Academy has made concerted efforts to ensure that its operations are minimally invasive, including offering a 100-foot buffer zone around the exterior of the property, limiting hours and days of operation, with the preschool operating only during weekend hours, only during weekday hours, and the retreat center operating on select evenings and weekends. We've talked about how we will manage traffic through the use of carpooling, staggered arrivals, shuttle vans, and signage to ensure that traffic along the shared driveway remains safe and light. Noise and environmental protections will be in place. We promote activities that are low impact and nature-based, and the property retains its vegetative buffer that promotes the conservation practices. The Academy also has proactively communicated with the neighbors and implemented feedback to reduce any potential conflicts, or at least minimize those. These mitigation efforts exceed what is typically expected and show any effects on traffic, noise, and environment are within or below the level expected for similar conditions. We've shown time and time again that we are willing to compromise, and we're committed to being a good neighbor. The Carroll County Comprehensive Plan encourages educational uses, environmental stewardship, and community building in rural areas. As such, as long as such uses are sensitive to the landscape and the neighborhood. The Academy's nature-based programming promotes the environmental awareness and community wellness in direct alignment with these goals. The land itself remains predominantly natural and undeveloped, and the project strengthens community ties without commercializing or urbanizing the setting. The variances requested are minimal and relate to technical aspects like setbacks, not to fundamental character or intensity of the use. Under Schultz, variances associated with conditional use may be granted when they are necessary for the reasonable use of the property and do not create adverse impact on neighboring properties. That is the case here. As Schultz makes clear, zoning ordinances should be interpreted in favor of permitting uses that the legislature has conditionally approved, so long as the applicant satisfies the conditions and does not create unique adverse effects. To deny the use based on speculative or generalized concerns, particularly where significant mitigations are in place, would be inconsistent with Maryland's zoning law. The Academy of the Lost Arts has shown that its proposed use is consistent with the conditional uses envisioned by the zoning ordinance, does not create adverse effects beyond those normally anticipated, and advances the goals of local comprehensive plan. Under the controlling standard in Schultz v. Pritz, the conditional use and requested variances must be granted. Thank you very much for your time and consideration today.
Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say that Ms. Bassilone's description of the variance standard is inaccurate, where she quotes Schultz v. Pritz as, you get a variance if it's necessary for the conditional use. Not even close. And I'll talk about that in more detail as I get into this. Schultz v. Pritz, she accurately quoted that decision other than the variance, says that these uses, when listed in the zone, deserve a special look by this board. That's why they're listed in the second category of the conservation zone, not in the first one. And so, what happened in Schultz v. Pritz, which, by the way, was a Pritz Funeral Home case out of Carroll County that made law in Maryland and is the definitive standard that guides you in your consideration of this request. Now, the verbiage that Schultz v. Pritz used, which is adverse, the applicant's supposed to put on a prima facie case, and yes, she correctly quoted, the uses are presumptively compatible, meaning that the legislative body has said, yeah, these could fit, depending on the location. And Schultz v. Pritz says that the opponents or the board or the evidence, if it shows adverse effects above and beyond those inherently associated, and I'm going to say this slowly because it gets thrown away, above and beyond those inherently associated with the use, regardless of its location in the zone, you should approve it unless there are those adverse effects. And the reason for that is that prior to Schultz, you get a conditional use case, you hear all this evidence, which you heard, and you go, well, I don't know, I think it's good, I think it's bad. What are we looking at here? And people and everybody said, well, there's too much traffic, there's too much noise, there's too much dust. Well, what's the standard? And I used to struggle, and I've done this work for a while. It's like, you mean compared to a vacant field? Is that what you're opposing here? There's a vacant field and you're going to put a daycare center on it. Well, you can't turn the daycare center down simply because there's traffic associated with the daycare center. If that were, because it's more than a vacant field, and that's an adverse effect. From me, I'm a neighbor, and I say it's an adverse effect. No, it doesn't work for obvious reasons. Every conditional use would get turned down if those were adverse effects. Because, as I say, compared to what? And in fact, the Schultz v. Pritz case was a case that had traffic testimony about, well, normal funeral. So, what Schultz v. Pritz says is, we've got a protection for the citizens and neighbors, and that is, you have to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals and you have to show your use. Now, I'm not even getting the variances yet. I'm going to get the variances in a minute, because they're a separate matter. And so, what does the evidence show here? The evidence shows that at this location, which is what we focus on, there would be adverse effects above and beyond those inherent. Inherent, and you could, a lot of red herrings in these cases. I mean, I don't mean to be flip, but who cares if it's 38 trips per day or 47? Back and forth with the traffic. They pick theirs, we pick ours, and, we go. The point of the matter is, there's going to be a significant increase of trips, which in and of itself is inherent. It's going to happen. You want a daycare center? You have people driving in there to pick them up and take them out, okay? But at this location, on a shared driveway with 3 users, and with a sight distance problem, Nicodemus Road, there's plenty of evidence that's where those adverse effects are greater than they would be. And that was we put on some perfunctory testimony about other conservation zone properties. Why didn't we put on more than perfunctory testimony? Because the case law tells us, no, you can't defeat a conditional use request by going, look, here's a better location. Look, here's a better location. you can see where that would be a nightmare for this board to try to do. No, that's not what it is. There's a conservation zone in Carroll County, and it's got all over the county, including the area we showed you here, right? Are there other properties, and you're the experts here, you're the zoning board, you're presumptively familiar with the conservation zones and the zones. We put some evidence in, so we had something here. There are other locations, many, many, in the conservation zone where those inherent adverse effects would not be greater than they would otherwise. Properties without shared driveways, properties that don't have this kind of old shared driveways, properties with site distance problems. There are plenty of properties with a fee simple access onto a public road that there wouldn't be those adverse effects. These adverse effects are clearly greater here than elsewhere in the zone. And there's no contradictory evidence. The contradictory evidence is, well, it's not going to be that many trips, and it's not 365, so it's different, and we're going to create no. We have shown that the adverse effects here would be greater. Now, let's look at this application. This is an aggressive application. No problem. You're the applicant. You can be aggressive. Why do I say aggressive? 2 conditional uses and 2 variances needed to squeeze this one in at this location, okay? And again, seems like a good plan, go for it. Here's what else is aggressive about this application. Not only am I going to apply for 2 conditional uses and 2 variances, it was 3, she withdrew the one, but I'm not going to move the building. And I claim it's an undue hardship. Now, I would be singing a different tune if this was a real building, not an abandoned concrete block structure that she wants to locate at the corner tip of the property, right near. And here's the real aggressiveness. And I'm not going to use my fee simple strip. I want to use that driveway. And I don't care if she's got the legal right to use it. You don't care if she's got the legal right to use it unless I can prove she doesn't. That doesn't matter from a zoning perspective. She's got the legal right to use it. She has chosen, she's got a no maintenance clause in her driveway agreement, in the easement. Walter Cox gave it to the Church of the Open Door, okay? And so she doesn't want to make one compromise. And you know why? Which is a little ironic, but she doesn't want to meet the environmental codes. There's some of them, okay? Because she'll have to disturb too much land. Now, we have testimony, credible testimony, that the site distance would actually be better if she put the driveway off her strip. And furthermore, it would avoid inconveniencing these neighbors. And I mean, you're talking about inconvenience. I mean, you live life. You live in the county. You've seen the driveway. I mean, imagine the impact of these 30 to 50 trips, and not plus the retreat, plus the 365/7. Now, she says, in no world, she says, will this be 365/724. Well, that's easy to say here today. But if you give this approval and this thing gets developed, what's going to happen? I don't know. You don't know. But it could be a major use. And, I mean, I say this I guess I almost hesitate to say it, but if I were in your shoes, one thing I would think about is, if I approve this, am I going to be happy or sad if it gets developed? Now, you've seen that intersection, you've heard the testimony. That's a downhill slide with a compromised site distance, and you're gonna approve a use that adds all those trips to that? at that point, now there's plenty other places in the conservation zone where you could add those trips and it wouldn't be as bad. This is a, you know, I don't want to be dramatic, but this is a disaster waiting to happen. If you put that daycare center and the retreat center, and it's easy to say, I'm not going to have that many in the retreat center. You've read the narrative. I mean, we're talking about campfires. We're talking about, it's primarily outdoor activities. And the mere effect on people's properties, and there's other, by the way, plenty of places in the conservation zone that don't have houses this close, okay, and a shared driveway. So right there, we have shown that this application does not meet the legal standard. It has adverse effects above and beyond those inherent because of its location. And your job is to study, which you have done, and this case is about. You now know more about this location than any zoning body anywhere in Carroll County that's looked at it. And I perceive from the questions that you believe, some of you believe it's a factor that this was used by the Church of the Open Door. It was never, there's no permit anywhere for this zoning use to occur. And even if there were, you don't get credit for that. What do you get? Oh, you should have known. I mean, you should have known. I mean, you heard it hadn't been used for all these years. It was used sporadically. This is not a you should have known. Therefore, we're going to approve this use. And I think you agree. If you don't, I think you agree. This use is way different than anything that's been established in the record prior. Way different. Daycare center, build a building. Now, and by the way, there's plenty of case law where board decisions have been upheld in court based on traffic or driveway concerns and proximity of houses. I'm not going to read them to you, but they're in the case law. Now let's talk about variances. Variances are a separate matter. They don't ride. They're not connected to the conditional use legally. They're connected because in this case, the conditional use can only work with variances. So in that sense, if you don't grant the variances, you can't grant the conditional use. But there's no connection of, well, if you think the conditional use is okay, you should grant the variance. Variances, unlike conditional uses, have a non-favorable legal standard. I do this for a living, and I've told many a client, you need a variance, got somebody that's going to take it to court, it's a toughie. Here's the variance standard. Two-step sequential process. This is from Cromwell v. Ward, which is 102 Maryland App 691, which is one of the case on variances in Maryland. The first step requires a finding that the property whereon structures are to be placed or uses conducted is, in and of itself, unique and unusual in a manner different from the nature of the surrounding properties, such that the uniqueness or peculiarity of the property causes the zoning provision to impact disproportionately upon the property. If this finding cannot be made, the process stops and you don't get a variance. Now, in this, and I'll tell you, let me summarize the testimony that you've heard today on that issue. Mr. Hackett, do you think this property is unique? Yes. That's the testimony you heard, to show that this is unique and unusual. Now, then there was a reference to, well, it was used in the past for Nicodemus. That's not the property itself has to be unique. In other words, if you've got a cliff that falls off, or a natural feature, or an underground mineral deposit, or something that relates to the property that you now say, well, I'd like to put this building here, and it's closer to the line, and that's your variance. And I can show you that that characteristic is not a characteristic of all the property in the neighborhood. You know, it's only on my property. Steep slopes, topography. You need that to show it's unique and unusual. The fact that it's got a build. Now, if this building was an historic, you know, 1887, 1880, 60, or 1763 house, that, you know, maybe that could be, and the case law talks about that, you know, historic. Okay. The second step for variance is a determination whether an unreasonable hardship or practical difficulty resulting from the disproportionate impact of the ordinance caused by the property's uniqueness. They need these variances because they're saving money. They need these variances because they don't want to move that building. They don't want to take that building down. That's why she wants the variance, not because this property is unique. And then it says, the term unique in the zoning code does not refer to the, here it is, right here is the quote. This is a quote from the Cromwell v. Board. In the zoning context, the unique aspect of a variance requirement does not refer to the extent of improvements on the property. Uniqueness of a property for zoning purposes requires that the subject property have an inherent characteristic not shared by other properties in the area, i.e., its shape, topography, subsurface condition, environmental factors, historical significance, access or non-access to navigable waters, practical restrictions imposed by abutting properties such as obstructions or other similar restrictions. Do you hear Mr. Hackett's reply to my question? Marty, this is just like all the properties in the conservation zone. What's your topography? What's that property like, Mr. Hackett? Well, it's rolling with, it's got a stream valley, and it's, you know, got some 15% slopes. Oh, really, Marty? Just like the conservation zone, just like all the other most of the other properties in the conservation zone. Nothing unique about it. I mean, that was the testimony. And I don't care if the variance is I do care, and you do too, if the variance is 1 feet or 20 feet. But still, legally, it doesn't matter. Now, Mr. Mays, his ox is actually getting gored by this project. Oh, Mr. Mays, we just want to put it a little closer to your property. Oh, the daycare center and the retreat center that you're going to use 7 days a week? Morning and afternoon, maybe evenings, maybe weekends. No seasonal restrictions. Christmas, Easter, you know, wintertime, survival. You know, wintertime, you know, you get out there and primarily outdoors, the activities that she's been applying. Talk about, and I get, listen, the idea is admirable. The idea is, you know, admirable. This could work. And by the way, the evidence I gave you shows there's some larger, there's larger properties, you know, that might work for this at that when those locations are looked at and considered to see if they've got adverse effects based on evidence put in the record for you. So, you know, you've obviously got an obligation to decide this based on the evidence and the law. I've just summarized for you the law, and I read some of it, but there's no legal basis to approve this at this location. This is too intense of a use, and it's too much. And again, as I say, it's aggressive. Nothing wrong with it. You can apply. You can apply. She's made very clear that these are uses. They're listed in the ordinance. You're right. She's also made very clear that she doesn't meet some of these standards, namely she needs the variances. And by the way, the traffic testimony, I made it clear in my cross-examination, but here's the traffic testimony. We don't meet the criteria, but that's okay. And not only don't we meet it, But in order to show we come close to it, we'll just adjust the variables. We'll just take the 15 feet and make it 8 feet. We'll take the speed limit and make it lesser. We still can't meet it, by the way. Still can't meet it. But, I mean, I don't want to say that's a joke, but it really shows it almost tries to obscure the situation. It's a dangerous situation. And for Mr. Wilson, which I was surprised, to testify that he just doesn't think people are going to speed on that road. I mean, I didn't see the behavioral psychologist degree in his resume. That's not traffic testimony. That's somebody that wants to make this work for the client. I'll testify this is safe. And once this is done and you put your imprimatur on it, it goes to the next level. And this is, by the way, I do this when I'm applying. I always try to go, oh, we'll leave that one for site plan. Leave that one for site. Let somebody else do. That's health department. Let somebody. You're familiar with it. When you put your imprimatur on this, you have declared that this is a compatible. You basically moved this to a permitted use. Once you get it, and once you put it in that category, the people upstairs that review this, they figure out a way to make it work. They squeeze it in because you've squeezed it in. Okay? Oh, we'll give you a waiver on the site distance. And listen, that's legit. Because if you come in if you own a piece of property that has frontage on a public road, and you come in and apply for a permitted use for that, I don't have to come to BZA, but I got to get a site plan. And they go, well, you don't meet site plan, you don't meet site distance. Do you think they just say, sorry, you can't do that permitted use? They might have to buy your property if they did that, okay? No, they say, let's figure out the best way we can do this. Because otherwise, they've taken away your right to use your property for permitted purposes. So today, you're the ones that will make this you put it in a category where it'll probably work out. They'll ask for a waiver for site distance. They won't have to put in a bypass lane, and it'll go in there. And it'll go in there with these trips with no limits on them, and which at that location all year, in the winter, the summer, the spring, and the fall. And kids standing at the bus stop, this is not the location for it. This is a fine use somewhere else. And I know you hear that all the time, but this time there's meat to it. This driveway, and I think you can see it, or I hope you can see it, and this will have adverse effects on these neighbors that are above and beyond. I mean, it's a shared driveway with 3 users on it. I mean, you know what it's like. All right, well, so I've talked too long, but I believe that you must deny this application both ways. No conditional use, doesn't meet the standard, and the variances are, to me, I know it's legalistic, these variance stuff, but they are, you cannot get them unless you show that it's unique and unusual, different from other properties in the area, such that the zoning provision impacts you disproportionately, okay? And all this is a 100-foot setback. Can't meet it. Can't meet it. Could you meet it elsewhere? We don't know, So anyway, thank you for your attention to this matter. I just believe this, argue to you that this is too intense at this location, and under the standards, it should be denied. Thank you very much.
Ms. Ballastone, any rebuttal?
Just one reminder that in 2019, this property was approved for use as a retreat center by a very similar board. Not a whole lot has changed since 2019, and I trust that the board will decide this case on the merits, and I appreciate the time and energy from everybody that's attended these hearings. I know it's been a lot, so, thank you.
Okay. The hearing and record.
Anybody else who want to make closing comment?
No.
That's it?
No,
They're all done.
we're done.
Okay.
The hearing and record of this case is now closed in accordance with the Open Meetings Act of Maryland. The board will now consider the case. I'm going to go first here today. What we see is a 38-acre site with a building on it. Most significant building was built in 1969. We heard that testimony. The building variance is 4 inches. I think that's about 4 inches on the one property, and it's 79 feet from the other, I think. So 21 feet. That's not even a three-point shot on a basketball court. So the variances are minimal, in my opinion. And one of the things that we're looking at is this building was built in 1969 before any ordinances were in place. So is it unique to the site? Does Mr. Schaefer just said about the uniqueness of...
Zoning was adopted in 1965.
Well, 1969 is when this building was, so...
Well, we don't even know that, but that's what...
We're deliberating. This building was existing before those variances were ever in place, the 100-foot. The variances needed, Mr. Schaefer alluded to the uniqueness of the configuration of the lot. We've seen that time and time again. Lots weren't wide enough, they were very deep, and they needed side yard variances. This is an existing building on an existing lot. It's not like this lot had been subdivided, and it was, as the required variances were required as a result of the subdivision, and it was the owner's fault. That's not the case. If this building was relocated, we heard testimony that it could be relocated down in the open area where the ball field was. Well, according to what I'm looking at, that would make the building actually closer to the existing homes. So my opinion is the existing building located where it is, granting the request of the variance would actually be better for the community as far as direct impact. We heard about the last session number 2, I guess you would call it. Ms. Ballasone offered a 100-foot buffer around the property, and she rescinded the request for the driveway variance. So the driveway is going to be actually better as far as passing goes, up until the point where you enter where the existing building is. The parking, 14 spaces are required. That wasn't refuted. 25 will be provided. There's 13 spaces of queuing around the existing building. There was initial concern about the backed up traffic out on the Nicodemus Road. We had entered into evidence a drawing by Carroll Land Service that showed 13 spaces of queuing around the building. With the traffic, there's no recorded traffic accidents. What we're looking at is traffic volume, and when you look at the basic math, when you look at the trip generation on this particular use, and you look at the recorded trips even with the increase from 2012, which is when we had the latest data, was around 1,200, if I remember right, 1,179. And when you look at that, the increased traffic there is not like it's going to increase it by 50% or 75% on Nicodemus Road. The site distances will be mitigated by county staff and the Technical Review Committee and the Planning Commission. That's Mr. Schaefer said we're going to kick that can down the road. We don't have a detailed grading plan on the bank to the left as you're coming out of the property to see what site distances could be achieved there. That's up to those people to do that. We didn't really have any definitive testimony that those site distances couldn't be achieved through mitigation efforts, and I don't mean reducing distances. I'm talking about shaving banks back and taking care of vegetation. They own a 50-foot fee strip in there, the applicant does. But using and widening the actual Cox Drive would minimize the environmental impacts. And also, the driveway improvements wouldn't be just for the applicant, they would also be for the residents back in Cox Drive. We heard testimony from the residents of Cox Drive about the danger of pulling out onto Nicodemus Road. And if the site distances in the mitigation process with county staff and technical review and the planning commission, those improvements would actually help the residents. Schultz v. Pritz. I think it meets the standards of Schultz v. Pritz. Mr. Wilson was the traffic engineer, and he was the expert. He was the only expert traffic engineer that we had testify in that case. He felt session 2 as if these things could be accomplished. This was also consistent in the file with the master plan and staff reports by both the Secretary of the Planning Commission and the Planning Department. So we heard that maybe this shouldn't be in this particular area, but we also heard, we have in the file 2 staff reports that said it is consistent with the master plan. The applicant, it's in their best interest to make sure that there's a safe entry and exit of the property. I can't imagine going to the expense of seeing this daycare, this unique daycare center come into existence without ensuring the safety of the people that are actually going to be the clients. The variances on the existing property lines, the variances with the existing property, the existing building and the property lines, I think they're definitely needed, and they are extremely minimal as compared to some of the variances that this board has justified in past decisions. Not that it sets precedent, but we're talking 4 inches and less than a 3-point shot on a basketball court. And that's all I have.
And I need to add, you read that first and then decide if you need another variance.
No, that doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't think so. That was his testimony. Mr. Caldwell was saying about the variances, whether they were recent surveys. Mr. Hackett's crew actually went out and did the measurements, so I feel confident in the 4 inches and the 21 feet.
Yeah, my point, Mr. Chairman, was that
And go ahead, we're
Yeah.
discussing.
when the survey was done in the 60s, you know, there's lots of variables involved. The accuracy of the calculation, recording the,
What survey in the 60s?
But we're discussing, Mr. Schaefer.
we're discussing.
The testimony's over.
So there's, there's a variety of factors. I'm saying that if a survey done,
Well, I'm not even sure that the 100-foot variance was a requirement back in when the building was built in 69.
right,
And, you know, again, 4 inches and.
That's an unpermitted
That,
building.
Mr. Schaefer,
Well,
Mr. Schaefer,
yes.
testimony is over. We are discussing the case. This isn't your first time here. This isn't your first time here.
Actually, I would like you to make the decision based on accurate facts as established in the
Mr.
record.
Schaefer,
all I was going to say was that surveys done prior to GPS are not as accurate. Therefore, the 4 inches could well be within the realm of error
in the 60s.
in the 60s.
Okay, Mr. Colwell.
I don't have anything to add to that, sir.
What?
You've covered it very thoroughly. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Ms. Ennis?
I appreciate your summary. Thank you.
Mr. Olds?
And I'm concurring, Moen, with where your position is and what you've stated. And I think I'm just going to state that the traffic concerns for the entrance coming in, the driveway and so forth, mitigated by the applicant. There are other issues affecting, once you get into the development, that are not, in my opinion, germane to this project. That is something, and I'm just adding this for the record, that the residents, as a group, they've been maintaining the road, has to be addressed at some point, but that's not what we're here to decide today. So I feel that the conditions have been met to grant the, a conditional variance.
Well, hang on, we've got some, should we go over the variances first to find out which ones we,
Yeah.
We agree to?
Given
So-
a cap.
So yes. Mr. Dixon, legal advice here. We should take care of the variances. We should have 2 separate motions since it was 2 separate cases.
Right.
Okay, so we should deal with.
You got to do the conditional use first. then the
Conditional
variance,
uses first. Okay.
Then the variances.
do we have any restrictions on the conditional use?
I think the one thing that the applicant offered up in session 2 was Exhibit 8.
Yes.
And I think that is something that we should absolutely include in the conditions of approval if we're looking at approval.
I have a question about that. And since
Absolutely.
we're discussing, and I don't know if we're able to
No,
interact with.
No, we can't interact.
Yeah. Did it include any kind of a fence, or is it just a setback? So I just need some
I
clarification
think it was
on
a
that.
setback. There was question whether it would be, I think it was testified to that it would be signage. So
I recall testimony that it would not all be fenced.
it wouldn't be fenced, but it would be signage.
But was it
Part
gonna be
of it, but
under
but not all
consideration
of
for
it.
that, was it? Wasn't it under consideration, maybe? Don't know.
Your recollection,
I'm thinking I heard, but I'm not sure.
all right, that's,
Yeah.
that's what, I just recall, it wouldn't all be fenced, part of it would be.
But it would just, for the interpretation, it's just a buffered, cleared area setback to delineate the site.
That was my understanding.
Right.
Okay, so we're looking at 2 conditions of approval.
2, yes, I think so.
2 conditions of approval. One of them is the boundary that was offered by the applicant in Exhibit 8. And the other is the,
Setbacks.
Number of children?
the number of children, and also with that, the hours of operation that was testified to. That was in round 1.
Right.
Yeah, which was,
Okay, so that's what we need to discuss. What,
All right, so in the submission, it was for daycare for 63 children maximum.
yes.
With
and it
8
was
staff members?
with 8 staff members, and it was limited to weekdays. No weekends.
On the daycare.
All right. And then for the retreat, I believe the applicant asked for evenings for the retreat activities. Unless I've misheard that, is that
Well,
correct?
and I think,
I said we eat,
and here's what I would only go after the 63 children, the retreats, I think could be very different. How do I want to say this, but not nearly as intensive use as what the daycare is. I don't see a need for a restriction on
the retreats?
the retreats.
All right.
That's my opinion, guys. You can,
That's reasonable enough.
Unless there's some kind of a reason to put time constraints on it for noise ordinance. But I don't know if that's.
yeah, but the
under
noise
purview or
ordinance,
not.
that's somebody else's issue.
Down the road.
I don't want to kick the can, but that's not
Right.
our issue. That's the sheriff's
Double-checking.
department.
All right, so let me propose this as the conditional use. So this would be for, in cases 6570 and 6571, for the daycare center and retreat, before the Board of Zoning Appeals, that the board approve the application with the following conditions. That the applicant identify the 100-foot buffer zone in the applicant's exhibit, as identified in applicant's Exhibit 8, and signage accordingly. Limit the daycare center to 63 children maximum, and it's to be on weekdays only.
Okay, do we have a second?
A second.
Okay, discussion. Any discussion on the motion?
Okay with it?
Okay, seeing no discussion, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. Okay, now, we're looking at the variances.
So,
And there's only 2 variances, is that correct?
That's as I understand it.
And that's,
Because on the second day, she said that there would be 20, she'd meet the 20-foot access drive, so that's not
so,
an issue.
withdrawn.
and we acknowledge that that's, well, that can be a condition of the approval in granting the variance on the distance.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
okay, so in cases, so proposed motion here, is in cases 6570 and 6571, daycare center and retreat, with variances, that the board approve the application for variances as follows. First variance of 21 feet, and the second variance is to widen the driveway to 20 feet, as proposed in applicant's Exhibit 6.
It's also another variance of 4 inches.
Yeah.
Okay, and
4 inches to one property and,
4-inch variance for one property.
yes. Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Vince.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Are we clear on what the motion is? The 2 distance variances and an acknowledgement of the driveway
Right.
going to 20 feet. Okay? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. Our oral decision will become final upon a written decision which will be issued within 30 days unless otherwise extended by this board. And the board's decision may be appealed by filing for a petition for judicial review with the clerk of the circuit court of Carroll County in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 200, Title 7 of the Maryland Rules of Procedure. The appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the board's written decision. Thank you very much, and this hearing is adjourned.